Hello, I am the Wizard of Tales, and I'm here to guide you today. I know this video is the perfect companion to help my dear dreamers relax and drift off to sleep. Before we dive into a world of calm and serenity, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and let me know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. Now, get cozy, take a deep breath, and let the magic of stories embrace you. The waters of the Nile flowed serenely under the starry sky of ancient Egypt, while Isis, the goddess of motherhood and magic, contemplated her reflection in the dark waters, his eyes, as deep as the sacred waters themselves, carried the weight of devastating loss. Her beloved husband, Osiris, the righteous ruler of Egypt, had been brutally murdered by his jealous brother Seth at a banquet that should have been a celebration of the kingdom's prosperity. The palace, once filled with laughter and music, was now plunged into sepulchral silence. The golden corridors, lit by flickering torches, seemed to whisper stories of betrayal. Isis walked through them every night, remembering happy moments alongside Osiris, the ruler who had taught men agriculture, laws, and the worship of the gods. The tragedy had begun subtly, like poison slowly dripping into a glass of wine. Seth, consumed by envy of the people's love for his brother, had devised a meticulous plan. During the banquet, he presented a beautiful sarcophagus, richly decorated with gold and precious stones, promising it as a gift to whoever would fit perfectly into it. What no one knew was that the sarcophagus had been custom made for Osiris. As Osiris lay down in the sarcophagus, Seth and his conspirators quickly closed the lid, sealing it with molten lead. The sarcophagus was then thrown into the Nile, carrying with it not only the body of Osiris, but also the hopes of a prosperous and just kingdom. Isis, upon discovering the terrible truth, felt her divine heart shatter into 1,000 fragments. However, amidst the tearing pain, a fierce determination was born in his chest. She would not allow Osiris's death to be the end of her story. With the help of her sister Nephthys, Seth's wife, she began a tireless search for her beloved's body. The two sisters turned into birds, their black wings cutting across the skies of Egypt. For endless days and nights, they flew over the banks of the Nile, looking for any sign of the sacred sarcophagus. It was during these searches that Isis began to realize that her journey would be much more complex than she had initially imagined. On her travels, the goddess discovered that Seth, fearing that Osiris's body would be found, had dismembered his brother's body into 14 pieces, scattering them throughout Egypt. Each part was hidden in a different location, protected by mystical creatures and deadly traps. This revelation, although devastating, only strengthened Isis's resolve. On a particularly dark night, while resting on the banks of the Nile, Isis received a visit from Thoth, the god of wisdom, with his ibis head and eyes that contained all the knowledge of the universe. He revealed to Isis that her quest would not just be a matter of finding the lost pieces of Osiris. "My dear Isis," said Thoth, his deep voice echoing in the night, "each fragment of Osiris's body holds a secret about the very nature of death and resurrection. To bring him back, You will need to uncover mysteries that the gods themselves fear to know. These words planted a seed of hope in Isis's heart. If there was a chance, however small, to bring Osiris back to life, she would take it with all her might. It didn't matter how many challenges he had to face or how many secrets he needed to uncover. Meanwhile, Seth consolidated his power over Egypt. His tyrannical laws made the people suffer, and the once fertile land began to show signs of deterioration. The usurper had forbidden any mention of Osiris's name and declared that anyone who helped Isis in her quest would be severely punished. But the people, in secret, maintained their loyalty to Osiris and Isis. Small altars were erected in humble homes, and whispered prayers were offered at night, asking the gods to guide Isis on her journey. The goddess, sensitive to the prayers of her devotees, felt her strength renewed with each dawn. It was at this moment that Isis began to understand that her search was not just for Osiris, but for the very essence of life, death, and rebirth. Each step on his journey would reveal not only a piece of his beloved's body, but also a profound truth about the nature of existence. With her heart full of determination and her eyes fixed on the horizon, Isis prepared herself for her first great ordeal. The first fragment of Osiris's body, according to the information he had managed to gather, was hidden deep in an abandoned temple in the Nile Delta, guarded by creatures that not even the gods dared to name. The full moon lit her path as she made her way to the temple, her white robes billowing in the desert wind. In his hands, the golden ankh, symbol of eternal life, shone with its own light, as if responding to its bearer's determination. Isis's journey was just beginning, and with it, a series of revelations that would forever change the understanding of life, death, and the power of true love. The first rays of the sun were beginning to dye the horizon gold when Isis arrived at the ruins of the temple. The ancient stone walls, covered in hieroglyphs, half erased by time, seemed to whisper stories of forgotten ages. The goddess knew that beyond those worn walls, her first true test awaited her, and with it, the first step towards bringing her beloved Osiris back to life. The abandoned temple stood before Isis like a shadow from the past, its columns partially buried in the golden desert sand. As the goddess approached, she could feel the ancient energy emanating from the place, a mixture of sacred power and imminent danger. The hieroglyphics on the walls seemed to come to life under his gaze, telling stories of long-forgotten rituals. With determined steps, Isis crossed the temple porch. The air was heavy with the smell of old incense and sand. Her golden sandals echoed softly against the stone floor as she walked through the dark hallways. The ankh in his hands emitted a soft glow, lighting his way through the darkness. As she penetrated deeper into the temple, Isis began to notice peculiar symbols on the walls, hieroglyphics that did not follow traditional patterns. They were ancient inscriptions, predating even the reign of Osiris, which spoke of secrets about the nature of death and transformation. The goddess stopped to study them, her fingers delicately tracing the contours etched into the stone. It was then that a soft sound, like the whisper of the wind, caught his attention. However, there was no breeze at all inside the temple. The sound grew stronger, turning into an ethereal chant that seemed to come from all directions. Isis recognized the ancient language of the first gods, a melody that carried warnings and promises. Suddenly, the shadows around him began to move independently, gaining density and shape. From the walls emerged creatures made of pure darkness, with eyes glowing like dead stars. They were the Shadow Guardians, ancient entities charged with protecting the deepest secrets of death. Great Isis, spoke one of the creatures, her voice reverberating like waves in a deep lake. We know what you seek, but the knowledge you seek has its price. Are you prepared to pay it? The goddess lifted her chin, her eyes shining with determination. For Osiris, I am willing to pay any price, she replied, her voice firm and resolute. The guardians circled around him, their hazy forms billowing like black smoke. To recover the first fragment of your beloved, you must face your own shadows, they explained. Each part of Osiris is linked to a fundamental truth about existence. This first fragment holds the secret of the separation between life and death. Before Isis could respond, the ground beneath her feet began to disappear, and she found herself falling into an abyss of total darkness. When he finally landed, he found himself in a place that seemed to exist between realms, neither quite in the world of the living nor quite in the realm of the dead. In this liminal space, Isis began to see reflections of herself, not her physical reflection, but manifestations of her deepest fears, her doubts and uncertainties. He saw himself failing in his mission, Osiris' body remaining fragmented forever. He saw Egypt falling into eternal darkness under the rule of Seth. But amid these terrifying visions, Isis remained steadfast. She understood that these shadows were part of herself, aspects of her being that she needed to accept and transcend. With each breath, she embraced a new understanding about the nature of existence. Death is not the end, she murmured, her voice gaining strength as she spoke. It's just a transformation, a transition from one state to another. His words seemed to dispel the shadows around him, and a golden glow began to emanate from his very being. It was then that she saw it. The first fragment of Osiris's body, floating on an altar of black light. It was his right hand, the same one that used to hold the royal scepter, a symbol of his just and kind authority. Upon touching the fragment, a wave of knowledge invaded his mind. Isis understood that the separation between life and death was not an insurmountable barrier, but rather a tenuous veil that could be crossed by those who possessed the necessary wisdom. The shadow guardians reappeared, this time bowing in respect. You have passed the test, great Isis, they declared. He gained not only the first fragment, but also the first key to resurrection. With the fragment safely stored, Isis felt a new strength grow within her. This was just the first part of her journey, but each step brought her closer to her goal. The knowledge he had acquired would be fundamental for the challenges that were yet to come. As she left the temple, carrying with her both the physical fragment and her newfound wisdom, Isis reflected on the deeper meaning of her mission. It wasn't just about bringing Osiris back. It was about understanding the very foundations of existence. The sun was already high in the sky when she emerged from the ruins. In the distance, she could see the glow of the Nile, its eternal waters reminding her of the constant flow of life. With renewed determination, Isis began planning her next quest. The second fragment awaited her, and with it, new mysteries to be unveiled. But now she knew that every challenge was not just an obstacle to overcome, but an opportunity for growth and understanding. Thoth's words echoed in her mind, reminding her that each fragment held its own sacred truth. As she walked through the desert, Isis could feel the presence of Seth and his spies, watching her from the shadows. But not even her brother-in-law's fear could stop her now. She had faced her own shadows and emerged victorious. The first step of her journey was complete, but many others still awaited her. With the first fragment of Osiris secured, Isis turned her attention to the next challenge. Through ancient magic and visions sent by the gods, she discovered that the second fragment, the heart of Osiris, was hidden deep in a sacred cave in the western mountains. The heart, a symbol of Osiris's vital essence, was a fundamental piece for his resurrection. Isis knew that her search would be even more dangerous this time, for Seth had placed his most terrible guardians to protect this particular fragment. During her journey through the western desert, Isis encountered a young priestess named Merit, who had been expelled from her temple for refusing to disown Osiris. The goddess, touched by the young woman's loyalty, allowed her to join her quest. "My lady," said Merit as they walked in the blazing sun, "they say that the caves of the West are inhabited by creatures that feed on the dreams of mortals. How can we face them?" Isis smiled gently, her face radiant even in the oppressive heat. "Dreams, my dear, are as powerful as reality, sometimes even more so. What these beings fear is not our physical strength, but the strength of our conviction." As they approached the mountains, the air began to change. It grew denser, charged with an ancient energy that made the hairs on the back of your neck stand up. The entrance to the sacred cave revealed itself, a black portal carved into the rock, decorated with hieroglyphs that glowed with a light of their own. Before they could enter, they were surprised by a figure emerging from the shadows. Anubis, the god of the dead, with his majestic jackal head, his golden eyes fixed on Isis with piercing intensity. "My queen," his voice echoed in a deep whisper, "what you seek beyond this portal is not just the physical heart of Osiris, but the very essence of the balance between life and death. Are you prepared to know truths that could shake your very existence?" Isis straightened her shoulders, her ankh glowing more brightly. "Anubis, my friend, for Osiris, I will face any truth, however painful it may be." The god of the dead nodded solemnly and stepped aside, allowing him passage. Isis and Merit entered the cave, their footsteps echoing on the ancient walls. The air grew colder as they descended, and strange sounds, like the whispers of 1,000 voices, filled the air. Suddenly, the path opened into a huge circular chamber. In the center, floating on a pillar of greenish light, was the heart of Osiris. But between them and the shard, ethereal creatures danced in the air, the dream eaters, beings who fed on the deepest hopes and desires of mortals. The creatures began to surround Isis and Meret, their translucent forms constantly changing. With each movement, they projected visions onto the cave walls, moments of the past, possibilities of the future. Isis found herself once again at the side of Osiris, ruling a prosperous Egypt. He saw his unborn son, Horus, growing up to become a great leader. These visions, Isis warned Meret, are both blessing and curse. We must not get lost in them. The dream eaters intensified their psychic attack, attempting to suck the life essence from the two women through their hopes and fears. But Isis, with her divine wisdom, began to sing an ancient song, words of power that spoke of the transitory nature of dreams and the eternity of truth. Their chant grew in strength, and the creatures began to retreat. Meret, inspired by her goddess's strength, joined her voice to hers. The combined power of his faith and determination created a wave of energy that scattered the dream eaters like mist in the wind. With the path clear, Isis approached the heart of her lover. As she touched it, a new understanding hit her. The heart was not just a physical organ, but the receptacle of all the truths and experiences of a life. In him, he could feel all the love that Osiris had for his people, all his wisdom and compassion. The heart, she murmured to Meret, is where our deepest truths reside. It is the place where life and death meet in perfect balance. While guarding the precious fragment, Isis realized that each part of Osiris's body she recovered not only brought her closer to her physical resurrection, but also revealed fundamental aspects of existence that the gods themselves still struggled to understand. As they left the cave, they were greeted by a night sky full of stars. Anubis was still there, his golden eyes reflecting the celestial glow. "You understand well, Isis," he said. "The heart holds more than blood and heartbeat. It holds the very essence of being. Use this knowledge wisely on your journey." As they prepared for the next stage of their quest, Isis reflected on how each challenge not only tested her strength and determination, but also expanded her understanding of the mysteries of life and death. With Meret by her side and two fragments of Osiris recovered, she felt stronger and closer to her goal. However, he knew Seth wouldn't stand still. News of his successes must have already reached the usurper's ears, and he would certainly prepare even greater obstacles for the next fragments. But now, with Osiris's heart safe and the secrets he had revealed, Isis was more prepared than ever to face any challenge her brother-in-law might create. The desert wind blew gently, carrying with it promises of new mysteries and revelations. The third fragment awaited, and with it, more ancient truths to be discovered. With Osiris's heart and right hand recovered, Isis and Meret headed towards the eastern Nile Delta, where rumors indicated the location of the third fragment, the eyes of Osiris. These were not mere physical organs, but represented Osiris's own ability to see the truth in all things. During the journey, Meret noticed that his divine companion seemed more thoughtful than usual. "My lady," she said gently, "does anything trouble you?" Isis contemplated the horizon before responding. "The eyes of Osiris are not just organs of vision, Meret. They contain the power to see through illusions, to distinguish true from false. Seth knows this, and I am sure his protection will be even more formidable. When they arrived at the delta, they found a transformed region. What was once a thriving collection of villages was now covered in a supernatural fog that distorted reality. Trees seemed to dance and move, and the air itself seemed to whisper seductive lies. It was then that they found an old fisherman bent over his boat. His eyes, though tired, shone with an ancient wisdom. "Great ladies," he said, "look for the dead king's eyes, don't they? I saw them, yes. Or perhaps it was just a dream. In these days, it is difficult to distinguish the real from the imaginary." The fisherman offered to guide them through the enchanted swamps, where he said he saw an underwater temple that guarded the sacred eyes. As they sailed, Isis realized that the mist was not just a natural phenomenon. It was a manifestation of Seth's power, designed to confuse and disorient. "Keep your minds clear," Isis instructed. "The fog feeds on our doubts and fears. The more we believe in its illusions, the more power it has over us." Suddenly, the boat stopped. Before them, emerging from the murky waters, was a partially submerged temple. Its columns, covered in moss and ancient symbols, seemed to constantly distort and change shape. As they disembarked, the old fisherman revealed his true form. It was Thoth, the god of wisdom, who had come once again to assist Isis on her journey. "What you find inside," he warned, "will test not only your courage, but your very perception of reality." Inside the temple, each corridor seemed to lead to dozens of others, creating a maze that was impossible to map. The walls changed position, and reflections in the water showed distorted versions of their own faces. Merit clung to Isis's arm, trying to keep herself anchored to reality. "How can we find our way?" asked Merit. "When nothing here seems real." Isis closed her eyes for a moment, concentrating. "The truth," she replied, "is not in what we see, but in what we feel. The eyes may be deceived, but the heart knows the way." Following her divine intuition, Isis began to guide them through the labyrinth. With each step, they faced increasingly powerful illusions. They saw Seth on the throne of Egypt, Osiris eternally lost, the world plunged into perpetual chaos. But Isis stood firm, her ankh shining like a beacon in the darkness of disappointment. Finally, they reached a central chamber where, floating in a vortex of energy, were the eyes of Osiris. However, they were not alone. Guarding the eyes was an ancient creature, a being that fed on the lies and illusions of men. His form constantly changed, trying to be everything and nothing at the same time. "To reclaim the eyes," said the creature with thousands of simultaneous voices, "you must first accept a fundamental truth. All perception is, in itself, an illusion." Isis faced the guardian with determination. "True vision," she replied, "comes not from the eyes alone, but from the deep understanding of the heart. That is why the eyes of Osiris are so powerful. They see through the veil of illusion to the essence of truth." His words seemed to affect the creature, which began to dissolve like smoke in the wind. The vortex guarding Osiris's eyes opened, allowing Isis to retrieve them. The moment she touched the sacred eyes, a new understanding hit her. He saw the world as Osiris saw it, not just its physical form, but the currents of energy and truth that flowed through all creation. The eyes are the window to the soul, she explained to Mirette, but they are also the mirror through which the soul sees the world. With these eyes, Osiris not only saw the truth, but helped others see it as well. As they left the temple, the fog began to dissipate. Thoth was waiting for them on the shore, an enigmatic smile on his ibis face. "You're learning well, Isis," he said. "Each fragment not only reconstructs Osiris, but also reconstructs your own understanding of the universe." Meret, who had witnessed the entire journey, began to understand why Osiris and Isis were so loved by the people. It was not just his divine power, but his ability to see and nurture the best in every being. With 3 fragments now recovered, Isis knew she was closer to her goal. However, she also understood that Seth would intensify his efforts to stop her. The next fragment would be even more difficult to recover. But now she possessed not only the power, but also the wisdom necessary to face any challenge. The sun was beginning to set over the delta, turning the sky red and gold. As they prepared for the next stage of their journey, Isis reflected on how each recovered fragment not only brought her closer to Osiris, but also revealed new truths about the nature of existence, love, and the power of perseverance. Dawn brought new energy to the desert as Isis, Meret, and Thoth prepared to search for the final fragment, the spiritual heart of Osiris. Unlike his physical heart, this essence contained his true divine nature, the very source of his power as a just and benevolent ruler. This last fragment, Thoth explained, is kept in the most unlikely place, Seth's own palace. His ibis eyes flashed with concern as he continued. He keeps it close not out of carelessness, but because he believes no one would dare look for it there. Isis absorbed the information in silence, her fingers unconsciously caressing the already recovered fragments. The ankh around his neck pulsed with a more intense energy, as if responding to the proximity of completing his mission. "Seth expects us to avoid his palace," she said finally. "Your arrogance will be your undoing, but we will need help getting in undetected." It was then that Nephthys, sister of Isis and reluctant wife of Seth, emerged from the shadows. His face was marked by sadness and determination. "I will help you," she declared. "For too long, I have watched my husband's cruelties. It is time to do what is right." With the help of Nephthys, they devised an audacious plan. During the annual Festival of Seth, when the palace would be full of his followers, they would infiltrate disguised as worshippers. Meret, with her training as a priestess, knew the rituals necessary to keep their true identities hidden. On the night of the festival, the palace was resplendent with torches and incense. Hundreds of hooded figures moved through the halls, chanting in honor of Seth. Among them, Isis, Meret, and Nephthys mingled, their faces covered by ritual masks. As Seth presided over the celebrations in the main hall, the group discreetly separated themselves from the crowd. Nephthys guided them through secret passages, descending deeper and deeper into the bowels of the palace. The air grew thicker with each step, charged with a dark energy that made the blood run cold. Finally, they arrived at a hidden chamber. In the center, on an obsidian altar, floated a sphere of red light. the spiritual heart of Osiris. But before they could reach him, a familiar laugh echoed through the chamber. "My dear sister-in-law," Seth's voice cut through the air like a blade. "Did you really think I wouldn't be prepared for your visit?" He emerged from the shadows, his eyes shining with mischief. "Your determination is admirable, but your journey ends here." With a gesture, Seth revealed that he had prepared a trap. The chamber began to fill with a dark energy that threatened to destroy not only the fragments already recovered, but also the very souls of those present. But Isis showed no fear. Years of searching and the truths she had discovered on her journey had prepared her for this moment. "You never understood, brother," she said, her voice charged with power. "Each fragment I recovered not only brought me closer to Osiris, but also taught me about the true nature of power." Raising the Ankh, Isis began to shine with golden light. The fragments of Osiris she carried resonated with her energy, creating a harmony of power that made the walls of the palace shake. "True strength," she continued, "comes not from fear or domination, but from love and understanding." Osiris understood this, and that is why the people loved him. That is why his legacy will never die. His words seemed to have physical weight, making Seth flinch. The dark energy he had conjured began to dissipate, unable to resist the power of truth that Isis emanated. Merit and Nephthys joined her, their voices rising in an ancient song that spoke of rebirth and transformation. Osiris's spiritual heart responded, its red light intensifying until it turned golden. Seth, realizing he was losing control, tried one last desperate attack. But when his evil energy met the light of Isis, it was completely dispelled. The usurper fell to his knees, defeated not by force, but by the truth he could no longer deny. With all the fragments finally reunited, Isis began the resurrection ritual. Each piece found its place, guided by the wisdom she had gained on her journey. Osiris's body reconstituted itself, but it was his spiritual heart that brought back his true essence. When Osiris opened his eyes, it was as if the sun itself had risen inside the chamber. His first look was at Isis, and in that moment, all the love and sacrifice of his journey found its reward. "My beloved," he said, his voice echoing with the wisdom of the ages, "through your perseverance, you have not only brought me back, but discovered truths that even the gods had forgotten." Egypt celebrated the return of its true king, and Seth was banished to the desert, condemned to wander eternally with the weight of his crimes. But the true victory was not just in the return of Osiris or the defeat of Seth. Isis's journey had revealed profound truths about the nature of love, death, and transformation. Each fragment recovered had taught a different lesson, and together they formed a wisdom that would be passed down through the generations. Merit, who had witnessed the entire journey, became the first of a new order of priestesses, dedicated to preserving and teaching the truths that Isis had discovered, and Nephthys found redemption in her role in helping to restore justice. Thus ended Isis's quest, not only with the resurrection of Osiris, but with a profound transformation of one's own understanding of life, death, and rebirth. Her story would become the stuff of legend, not just for what she achieved, but for what her journey taught everyone who met her. And in the eternal waters of the Nile, which had witnessed her entire journey, her reflection now showed not just a goddess, but an eternal truth, that love, when guided by wisdom and perseverance, has the power to transcend even the barriers between life and death. The full moon hung over the Palatine Hills, bathing the region in its silvery light, as a gray-furred wolf carried two small babies towards her den. It was no ordinary night. It was the night that Rome's destiny would begin to be woven together, although no one yet knew it. The wolf, known among her people as Lupa, had found the twins abandoned near the Tiber River, their cries echoing through the night like an ancestral call. Lupa was no ordinary wolf. She was the leader of an ancient lineage that, for generations, had maintained a secret pact with the humans of the region, a sacred agreement that allowed both species to coexist in harmony, each respecting the other's boundaries and territories. Upon finding the babies, she recognized in them the marks of the prophecy her matriarch had shared. Two children of royal blood who would forever change the balance between the world of men and that of wolves. The years passed quickly in the den at the foot of the Palatine Hill. Romulo and Remus grew up under the care not only of Lupa, but of the entire pack. They learned to run with wolves, hunt like them, and understand the secrets of nature. Even so, their human nature remained present, manifesting itself in different ways in each of the brothers. Romulo, the oldest by minutes, demonstrated an insatiable curiosity for the world beyond the forest. He observed with fascination distant human settlements, their constructions, and the way they organized their lives. His brown eyes always sparkled when he saw the caravans of merchants crossing the plains, carrying stories and knowledge from distant lands. Remus, on the other hand, felt completely at home among the wolves. His connection with nature was deep and instinctive. He preferred nights with a full moon, when the pack gathered to hunt, and showed little interest in men's affairs. For him, true wisdom lay in the teachings of the forest and the ancient laws that governed wildlife. As the twins approached adulthood, the differences between them began to become more evident. During a particularly challenging hunt, when they were chasing a deer across the valley, their differences came to a head. Romulus insisted on using strategies he had observed in human hunters, while Remus preferred to rely on traditional wolf methods. "Brother," said Romulus, as they caught their breath after the successful hunt, "have you ever thought that we could unite the best of both worlds, the wisdom of wolves with the ingenuity of men?" Remus frowned, wiping sweat from his forehead. "Men do not understand the balance of nature, Romulus. They build walls, divide the land, and forget the old alliances." It was at this time that an unexpected event changed the course of their lives. A group of nearby shepherds, chasing a wolf that had supposedly attacked their flocks, ended up discovering the brothers. The news spread quickly. The legendary twins, raised by wolves, were real. And not only that, they were the long-lost heirs to the throne of Alba Longa. Faustulus, the leader of the shepherds and secret guardian of the ancient pact between men and wolves, recognized the marks of royalty in the young. He revealed to the brothers their true origin, They were children of Rhea Silvia, a Vestral princess, and the god Mars. They had been abandoned as babies by order of their usurper uncle, who feared losing the throne. This revelation unleashed a storm of emotions and questions among the brothers. Romulo saw this as an opportunity to create something new, a city that could be a bridge between the two worlds he knew. His dreams were grand. He imagined a society where the wisdom of wolves and the progress of men could coexist in harmony. We can build something extraordinary, he argued with his brother during their long nightly conversations. A city that respects both the laws of man and nature. Remus, however, felt torn. The idea of abandoning life with the pack, the only family he had truly known, caused him deep concern. What about the pact? He questioned. How can we ensure that a city doesn't end up destroying everything wolves have protected for generations? Lupa, observing the growing conflict between the brothers, knew that the prophesied moment had arrived. On a new moon night, he gathered the twins and shared with them the complete truth about the ancestral pact. It was not just a peace agreement, but a promise that one day the time would come when men and wolves would find a new way to coexist. You carry within you both the blood of kings and the spirit of wolves, said Lupa, her golden eyes shining in the darkness. Your destiny is intertwined with something greater than you can imagine. Lupa's words weighed heavily on the brothers as they contemplated their future. The decision to found a new city had been made, but the path to achieving it was far from clear. The differences between their views began to create tensions that went beyond simple fraternal disagreements. As they prepared to begin their journey, an ancient prophecy echoed through the valleys. When the children of the she-wolf build walls between the worlds, the pact will be tested as never before. The fate of Rome will depend on the balance between wild nature and the order of men. The decision to found a new city brought unrest never seen before to the region. The brothers, accompanied by a small group of loyal followers, a mix of shepherds who knew the secret of the pact and young adventurers drawn to the legend of twins raised by wolves, began exploring the hills in search of the perfect place to establish their settlement. Romulo, with his pragmatic outlook, evaluated each elevation, considering strategic aspects, proximity to the river, ease of defense, soil quality. Remus, always attentive to the signs of nature, was concerned about the ancient wolf paths and sacred areas that should not be disturbed. During their explorations, they discovered traces of ancient civilizations in the hills, shards of pottery, old stone foundations, mysterious symbols carved into rocks. Each discovery provoked different reactions from the brothers. For Romulus, they were signs that those lands were always destined for human greatness. For Remus, they were reminders of how ephemeral the works of men were in the face of the eternity of nature. One afternoon, while they were resting in the shade of a centuries-old oak, they were surprised by an old hermit who lived in the hills. The man, whose eyes seemed to carry the weight of many winters, introduced himself as Tatius, a guardian of ancient traditions. He knew well the stories of the pact between men and wolves, and had dedicated his life to preserving this knowledge. The signs are everywhere, said Tazio, pointing to marks on the trees that the brothers had never noticed. This land is a meeting point between worlds. The ancients knew this and respected the sacred boundaries. The old man shared with them stories of a time when humans and wolves worked together as guardians of natural balance. He spoke of forgotten rituals and how harmony between species had brought prosperity to everyone. His words touched the brothers deeply, but in different ways. Romulo saw in those stories the possibility of creating something new, a city that incorporated this ancient wisdom into its very foundations. He imagined temples that honored both the gods of men and the spirits of nature, and laws that protected the ancestral pact. We can build something that has never been seen before, he argued enthusiastically. A city that is an example to the whole world of how civilization can grow in harmony with nature. Remus, although he admired his brother's vision, could not help but see the contradictions inherent in the project. How can we ensure that the walls we build do not become barriers between the worlds? He questioned. How can we prevent the city's growth from ending up destroying the very thing we want to preserve? Tensions between the brothers grew as they advanced their plans. Every decision regarding the exact location of the city, the layout of the buildings, even the name they would give to the settlement, became a reason for heated debate. The pack, led by Lupa, watched these discussions with growing concern. One night during a wolf council meeting, a young wolf named Luna expressed a concern that many shared. Lupa's human cubs are divided in their hearts. If they do not find a way to reconcile their views, the pact may be broken forever. Lupa knew Luna was right. The brothers needed to find a balance before their differences became irreconcilable. He then decided to share with them secret kept by the pack. Beneath the hills, there was a network of sacred caves, places where the first agreements between men and wolves had been sealed. Guided by Lupa, the brothers entered that underground world. In the torchlight, they saw ancient paintings on the cave walls, images of men and wolves hunting together, sharing territory, protecting each other. In a central chamber, they found a stone altar with symbols that represented the union of the two worlds. This is the heart of the pact, Lupa explained. Here, your ancestors swore to maintain the balance between the wild world and the world of man. Now, it is up to you to find a way to honor that oath as you build your future. The experience in the sacred caves had a profound impact on the brothers. Romulus began to better understand the importance of preserving wild spaces, while Remus began to see that some kind of change was inevitable and necessary. However, his fundamental views on how to proceed still remained distant. As more followers joined their ranks, drawn by rumors of the wolf princes founding a new city, the pressures grew. Each group brought its own expectations and demands, making the task of maintaining the balance promised by the pact even more complex. Among the newcomers was a young priestess named Hercelia, who seemed to intuitively understand the importance of what the brothers were trying to accomplish. She brought with her ancient knowledge about how other cultures had managed to maintain a connection with the natural world, even as they built their cities. The secret is not in choosing between one world or another, she said, but in finding ways that both can coexist and strengthen each other. His words offered a new perspective on the brothers' conflict, but the real challenge was yet to come. As the moon rose in the night sky, the time approached when they would need to make definitive decisions about the future of their city, decisions that would test not only their brotherly bond, but also the very essence of the ancestral pact they swore to protect. With the arrival of more and more followers and the growing need to make definitive decisions, Romulo and Remus faced a crucial moment. Hercelia's presence brought a new dimension to the debates between the brothers, especially during the nightly rituals she conducted to honor both the gods of men and the spirits of natures. On one such night, as the group gathered around a sacred fire, a lone wolf emerged from the darkness. It was Sombra, one of the oldest members of Lupa's pack, known for his wisdom. His unexpected presence silenced everyone present, and even Hercelia, with all her experience in sacred rituals, felt the power of the moment. Sombra approached Remus first, who instinctively understood the message in his golden eyes. The pack was restless about the coming changes. Then the wolf turned to Romulus, and in his gaze was a challenge, a silent reminder of the responsibilities that came with the ancestral pact. The wolves show us that it is time to act, Remus declared, breaking the silence. We can't just keep planning and debating. Romulus agreed, but added, we must act wisely. Every decision we make now will affect future generations of both men and wolves. Hercelia, observing the interaction between the brothers and Sombra, suggested a ritual to consecrate the territory before any construction began. It was an ancient tradition she had learned, which involved marking sacred boundaries and establishing points of connection between the civilized world and the wild. Preparations for the ritual took several days. Romulus supervised the construction of small altars at the cardinal points of the chosen territory, while Remus worked with the pack to identify and mark the wolves' ancestral paths that needed to be preserved. During this period, Tatius, the old hermit, revealed to his brothers the existence of an ancient prophecy related to the founding of the city. According to him, the success of the venture would depend on the founder's ability to see with the eyes of the wolf and think with the mind of man. The tension between the brothers reached a new level when they began to discuss the exact location of the city walls. Romulo insisted on a position that offered better defense, but that would cut off an old path for wolves. Remus was vehemently opposed, arguing that violating that sacred route would bring misfortune upon everyone. We can't just ignore centuries of tradition, Remus exclaimed, his voice full of emotion. These paths are the veins of the earth. They carry the essence of the pact we swore to protect, and we cannot ignore the safety of the people who trust us, replied Romulo. A vulnerable city will serve neither men nor wolves. The argument could have escalated into a larger conflict if not for the intervention of Luna, the young wolf, who had expressed her concerns earlier. She appeared at the camp, carrying in her teeth a branch from a sacred tree, a sign that both Remus and Romulus recognized as a call to reconciliation. Hercelia, realizing the importance of the moment, suggested that the brothers spend a night keeping vigil in the sacred caves, seeking guidance from the ancestral spirits. The proposal was accepted, and under the light of the crescent moon, Romulus and Remus descended once again to that underground world. Deep beneath the earth, separated from their followers and the direct influence of their differing views, the brothers found a moment of clarity. The paintings on the walls seemed to come to life in the flickering torchlight, telling stories of cooperation and adaptation over the centuries. Maybe we're approaching this the wrong way, mused Romulus, looking at a particular image that showed wolves and men hunting side by side. It's not about choosing between protection and tradition, but about finding a way to have both. Remus, who was studying other symbols on the opposite wall, replied, "The ancients did not build walls to separate, but to define sacred spaces. Each boundary was also a meeting point." This new perspective led the brothers to develop a modified plan for the city. Instead of a single continuous wall, they proposed a series of structures that respected natural paths and created transition points between the civilized and savage worlds. Each gate would be not only an entrance to the city, but a reminder of the pact between men and wolves. When they emerged from the caves the next morning, they brought with them not only a new plan, but a deeper understanding of their mission. The challenge was not simply to build a city, but to create a new kind of place where ancient traditions could coexist with the needs of the present. Hercelia, observing the change in her brothers, organized a ceremony to present the new plan to her followers and the pack. Under the watchful eye of Lupa and with the blessing of Tadius, Romulus and Remus presented their renewed vision for what would become Rome. "Our city will be unique," declared Romulo to the mixed assembly of humans and wolves. "Your walls will not be barriers, but bridges between worlds. Every stone we lay will be a testimony to the pact that brought us here," Remus added, "and every full moon the gates will remain open so the wolves can walk their ancient paths. The city will live to the rhythm of both men and nature." The proposal was met with approval by both human followers and the pack. Even the most skeptical began to see the possibility of a future where the old promises could be kept in a new era. However, as preparations for the start of construction progressed, disturbing signs began to emerge. Birds flew in strange patterns, and the older wolves in the pack appeared agitated. Something in the air suggested that the true test of the pact was yet to come. The restlessness of the animals and the signs of nature were not without reason. As construction work began, series of mysterious events began to occur around the territory chosen for the future Rome. Younger wolves in the pack reported seeing strange shadows moving in the night, and some of the human followers swore they heard ancient voices echoing through the valley. Hercelia, always attentive to sacred signs, began to perform daily protection rituals. During one of these ceremonies, she entered a type of deep trance and shared a disturbing vision. The pact will be tested not only by the will of the living, but by the spirits of those who came before. Concern increased when they discovered ancient marks on some of the stones that were being used to build the first foundations. Tatius recognized the symbols as belonging to a long-forgotten civilization, which had also attempted to establish a connection between the worlds of men and beasts. "They failed," explained the old hermit, his eyes filled with concern, "and your failure has left scars on this land that have not yet completely healed." Romulo and Remus understood that they needed to act with even more caution. They decided to perform a purification ritual in each place where they found the ancient marks, combining the traditions they had learned from the wolves and the sacred knowledge of Hercelia. During one of these ceremonies, something extraordinary happened. Luna, the young wolf, began to behave strangely, as if responding to a call that no one else could hear. She guided the brothers to an area that had not yet been explored, where they discovered the entrance to yet another cave, different from those they already knew. Inside this new cave, they found evidence that the site had been used as an ancient temple, where rituals connecting men and wolves were performed. The walls were covered with paintings more elaborate than any they had seen before, showing scenes from a story that seemed to be a warning. "This shows what happens when the balance is broken," said Remus, studying a particular sequence of images that depicted a city in ruins and wolves retreating for good. Hercelia spent hours examining the symbols and finally came to a sobering conclusion. This place was not just a temple, but a point of power where the pact itself was first sealed. Building a city here is not just a challenge, it is a sacred responsibility. The discovery brought a new dimension to the brothers' project. It wasn't enough to just respect the wolves' paths and create transitional spaces. It was necessary to actively incorporate the site's ancient energy into every aspect of the building. Romulus, ever practical, began redesigning the city's plans so that the main temples and public buildings aligned with the points of power identified in the cave. Remus, in turn, worked with the pack to establish rituals that would keep the spiritual connection alive even after the city was built. But not everyone was happy with these changes. Some of the newer followers, who did not fully understand the importance of the pact, began to question why so much effort was being devoted to pleasing the wolves. Rumors of discontent began to circulate around the camp. The situation worsened when a group of hunters arrived in the region, bringing stories of other settlements that had prospered without worrying about old alliances or mystical pacts. His words found receptive ears among the most skeptical. Why limit ourselves because of superstitions? They questioned. A city needs to grow free, without the constraints of the past. The brothers found themselves facing their first true test of leadership. It was necessary to find a way to maintain unity among his followers without compromising the fundamental principles they had sworn to protect. It was Lupa who offered a solution. During the night of a full moon, she summoned both wolves and humans to demonstrate the power of the pact. In front of everyone, she and other members of the pack performed an ancient ritual dance, moving in perfect synchronization with Hercelia and other practitioners of the sacred mysteries. The spectacle was both beautiful and frightening, demonstrating unequivocally that there was more at stake than simple traditions. The energy generated by the ritual was so intense that even the most skeptical could not deny that something extraordinary was happening. "What you see is not superstition," Romulus declared to the assembled followers. "It is the power that has sustained these lands for generations, the same power that will allow us to build something truly unique." Remo added, "Our city will not be just another settlement. It will be a beacon of balance, an example of how the new and the old can coexist in harmony." The demonstration had the desired effect, restoring unity among the followers. However, both the brothers and Hercelia knew that this was just the first of many challenges they would have to face. As the city walls began to rise, each stone laid seemed to carry the weight of the responsibility they had taken on. The work continued, more focused and determined than before. Builders now understood that they were not just erecting walls and buildings, but participating in something much larger. Every structure was blessed, every foundation was consecrated, and the wolves' paths were marked with sacred symbols that glowed in the moonlight. But as the city took shape, something moved in the shadows, watching. The signs of unrest in nature had not abated, and both Lupa and Hercelia felt that an even greater test was approaching, one that would test not only the strength of the pact, but also the bonds between the brothers in ways that no one could predict. The tension that hovered over the territory of the future Rome finally materialized on a moonless night. Construction work had advanced significantly, with the first walls already rising in harmony with the wolves' sacred paths, when a group of unknown warriors emerged from the shadows. They were followers of an ancient order that opposed the pact between men and wolves, believing that the separation between the worlds should be absolute. Their leader, a man named Mevio, carried with him a black staff decorated with symbols that seemed to distort the very reality around him. "You play with forces you do not understand," declared Mevio, his voice echoing unearthly across the valley. "The pact is an abomination that must be destroyed." Romulus and Remus, alerted by Luna, who had noticed the approach of the intruders, quickly gathered their followers. Hercelia began to chant protective chants, while Lupa and the pack strategically positioned themselves around the perimeter of the city under construction. The confrontation that followed was no ordinary battle. Mevio's warriors used an ancient dark magic that tried to corrupt the power points discovered in the sacred cave. Wherever his spells touched, the earth seemed to wither, and the protective symbols engraved on the stones began to fade. "We can't allow them to destroy everything we've worked for," Remus shouted, rushing to defend one of the sacred portals, along with a pack of wolves. Romulus, in turn, led the human defenders, using his combined knowledge of military tactics and wolf teachings to coordinate the defense. Hercelia, with the help of Tassio, worked tirelessly to keep the city's spiritual protections active. At the height of the conflict, Mevio revealed his true objective. It was not just to destroy the pact, but to absorb its power through an unholy ritual. His black staff began to pulse with an evil energy that attracted the ancient forces of the place. It was Luna who first understood what needed to be done. Running to Lupa, he shared a vision he had received. The brothers needed to reenact the original pact ritual, but with one crucial difference. This time, they needed to completely merge the energies of the two worlds. Lupa immediately understood the importance of that revelation. Through a howl that cut through the night, he summoned all the wolves to form a circle around the city. Hercelia, understanding the call, guided the human defenders to position themselves in a complementary way. Romulus and Remus met in the center of what would become the city's forum. There, under attack from the Mevio's forces, the brothers finally understood that their different visions were not contradictory, but complementary. They were two sides of the same coin, necessary to maintain balance. Together, said Romulo, extending his hand to his brother. As it always should be, Remus replied, accepting the gesture. The moment their hands touched, a wave of ancient energy swept through the entire territory. The wolves began to howl in unison as Hercilia led the humans in a sacred chant that seemed to come from the very depths of the earth. The power of true ritual, born of the sincere union between the worlds, proved stronger than the corrupted magic of Mevio. His black staff cracked, releasing in an explosion all the energy he had tried to steal. When the dust settled, the invaders were gone, but the transformation that occurred went far beyond simple victory. The city walls, still under construction, now emitted a soft glow under the starlight. The wolves' paths, instead of simply crossing the territory, seemed to be intertwined with the urban structure itself. The pact wasn't just about coexistence, Lupa explained to the brothers. It was about evolution, about finding a new way of being that honored both the past and the future. In the days that followed, the construction of Rome took on a new meaning. Each element of the city was designed to reflect the duality and harmony between worlds. Temples incorporated natural elements, markets respected the cycles of the moon, and public spaces were designed to be shared by both men and wolves. Romulus and Remus, now truly united in purpose, established laws that protected not only the rights of citizens, but also the rights of nature and wolves. Hercilia became the first high priestess of a new cult that celebrated the union between the worlds. Word of the city where men and wolves lived in harmony spread quickly. People from all over began arriving, attracted by the promise of a new way of life. Each new citizen was initiated into the mysteries of the pact, learning to respect and honor the old covenants. Luna, who had grown up alongside the city, became a legendary figure, seen running through the streets during full moon nights, a living symbol of the connection between the worlds. Children in Rome grew up hearing stories about twins raised by wolves and learning from an early age the importance of maintaining balance. Years later, when travelers asked about the secret to Rome's prosperity, citizens smiled and pointed to the wolves that roamed the city freely, to the sacred gardens that flourished among the buildings, and to the brothers who ruled not as masters, but as guardians of something much greater than themselves. The prophecy had been fulfilled, but not in the way everyone expected. Rome wasn't just a city, it was a new kind of dream, living proof that progress didn't have to mean destruction, and that ancient wisdom could find its place in the modern world. And on full moon nights, when the howls of wolves mingled with the songs of human festivals, everyone knew that the pact was no longer just an ancient promise. It was the very beating heart of Rome, beating to the eternal rhythm of nature and civilization, forever united in a sacred dance. The wind howled across the green hills of ancient Ireland, carrying with it the unmistakable smell of war. Aodhan watched from a cliff as two powerful forces gathered on the plains below, their banners fluttering violently against the gray sky. On one side, the Tuatha De Danann nobles, with their golden armor and magical spears. On the other, the terrible Fomorians, deformed but equally powerful giants. Emerging from the mists of the sea, Aotan felt the weight of both sides in his heart. His mother, Imher, was a healer of the Tuatha De Danann, known for her kindness and wisdom. Her father, Balor, a Fomorian warrior who had fallen in love with her during a rare moment of peace between people. Their love had been secret and brief. Balor died in a skirmish before Aodan was even born, leaving him with a divided legacy and a broken heart between two loyalties. At 20, Aodan had grown up trying to hide his dual nature. Among the Tuatha De Danann, it disguised its extraordinary strength and the occasional red glow in its eyes, typical characteristics of the Fomorians. His mother had taught him the magical arts of her people, but deep inside, he also felt the call of the sea and the storm, an inheritance from his father, Aodhan. The voice of Niamh, his childhood friend and confidant, brought him out of his thoughts. She was running towards him, her red hair flaming in the wind. The council is meeting. Nuada has summoned all warriors. Nuada, the Silver King of the Tuatha De Danann, had declared that this would be the final battle. The Fomorians, led by the cruel King Bres, had imposed increasingly heavy tributes on his people, gradually enslaving them. The tension had reached breaking point. I can't keep pretending, Niamh, Aodan confessed, his voice just a whisper above the wind. This war is not as simple as everyone thinks. Niamh touched his arm gently. She was the only one who knew his secret, besides his mother. You don't need to choose sides, Aodan. Maybe you're just what both sides need to find a different path. As they descended towards the Tuatha De Danann camp, Aodan watched the preparations for battle. The blacksmith Goibniu tirelessly forged swords, each blade singing with ancient magic. The goddess Brigid blessed warriors with mystical protections, while the Dagda, the chief god, played his magical harp, his fingers weaving melodies that strengthened the spirit of the troops. In the center of the camp, Imher worked in his healing tent, preparing potions and salves. When he saw his son, his eyes filled with worry. The signals are getting stronger, she murmured, touching Aodan's face. Your Fomorian nature is harder to hide. Maybe it's time to stop hiding it, Aodan replied, sitting down next to her. Mother, I see the hatred in the eyes of both sides, but I also see that we are more alike than different. The Fomorians are not all monsters, just as the Tuatha De are not all saints. Imher sighed, taking an amulet from his bag, a sea stone carved with ancient runes. Your father gave me this. He also dreamed of peace, you know? That's why he came to me, even though he knew the risk. Outside, the sound of horns filled the air. The scouts had returned with news. The Fomorians were on the move, preparing for a dawn attack. The camp exploded with activity. Aodan left his mother's tent with a heavy heart, only to find Niamh waiting for him. She held two swords. One of them was Aodan's own weapon, forged from metal from both land and sea. You are not alone in this, she said, handing him the sword. There are others who want peace. Nuada himself has tried to negotiate with Bres in the past. As night fell over the camp, Aodan made a decision. He could not simply wait for dawn and watch his two peoples destroy each other. With Neve's help, he began looking for others who might share his vision, warriors on both sides who had known love or friendship across enemy lines. Amid the shadows of the camp, he discovered that he was not alone. A young Tuatha warrior revealed that her brother had married a Fomorian. An old blacksmith admitted that he had learned his best secrets from a Fomorian master. Little stories of connection and humanity began to emerge. But time was short. Storm clouds gathered on the horizon, a portent of the battle to come. Aodhan knew he would need to act quickly if he wanted to avoid total bloodshed. Its very existence was proof that peace between peoples was possible. The young warrior spent the night planning with Neve and her new allies. If they could create an opportunity for dialogue before the battle truly began, perhaps there would be a chance. But to do so, Aodan would need to do something he had never done before: publicly reveal his true nature. As the first rays of sunlight began to dye the horizon red, Aodan was standing on the cliff again, watching the two forces line up for combat. This time, however, he was not alone. Neef was by his side, along with a small group of others who believed there had to be a better way. The moment of truth was approaching, and with it, the chance to change the course of history. Aodan clutched his father's amulet in one hand and his sword in the other, preparing to do something that could either unite or destroy both worlds he carried in his blood. Dawn brought with it a heavy silence, broken only by the occasional clinking of armor and the whisper of wind across the plains. Aodhan, with his allies at his side, descended the cliff towards the valley, where the two forces prepared for confrontation. His heart was beating fast, not from fear of the impending battle, but from the magnitude of what he was about to attempt. Niam walked nearby, her presence a constant source of strength. "Remember," she murmured, "you're not the only one carrying the weight of both worlds." His green eyes glowed with determination as he signaled the other members of his small group to strategically spread out between the ranks. In the camp of the Tuatha De Danann, King Nuada was making final preparations. His silver hand, a mark of his restored kingship, gleamed in the light of the rising sun as he marshaled his troops. Aodhan watched as some of the warriors he had spoken to during the night exchanged meaningful glances. Small seeds of doubt about the necessity of this conflict were already beginning to sprout. I'm Here emerged from his healing tent, carrying a leather pouch filled with potions and protective amulets. Upon seeing his son, his eyes filled with understanding. "You chose your path," she said, not as a question, but as an observation. He took a necklace with a blue-green stone from his neck and placed it in Aodhan's hands. "It was your father's. He said it shined brightest when peace was near." Across the battlefield, the Fomorians arranged themselves into intimidating formations. Their giant warriors wielded massive weapons, and the air around them seemed thicker, charged with their own ancient form of magic. Aodan could feel their power resonating in his own blood, an ancient calling he could no longer ignore. With a decisive movement, Aodan began walking towards the center of the battlefield. Niav made to follow him, but he gently signaled her to stay where she was. "This moment needed to be yours alone. Kings and warriors of the two most ancient peoples of this land." His voice thundered across the valley, amplified by a magic he didn't even know he possessed. Before the first blood is spilled, I ask you to listen to me. The silence that followed was absolute. All eyes turned to the lone figure who dared to stand between two armies ready for war. Aodan felt the weight of those looks, but he stood firm. My name is Aodan, son of Imher, of the Tuatha de Danann, he began, his voice clear and strong. He paused, gathering his courage for the next part. And son of Balor, of the Fomorians. A murmur of shock ran through both armies. Aodan allowed his dual nature to fully manifest for the first time. His eyes took on the red glow characteristic of Fomorians, while his hands emanated the soft golden light of Tuatha magic. Look at me, he continued. I am living proof that our people are not as different as they think. The blood of both races runs through my veins, and in my heart I carry the stories and traditions of both cultures. Nuada took a few steps forward, his expression a mixture of surprise and curiosity. From the Fomorian side, one of the generals, who Aodan recognized as Ruad, one of the few who had known his father, also approached. Overnight, Aodan continued, I discovered that I am not alone. There are others among us who have built bridges between our peoples through love, friendship, and mutual respect. How many of you have similar stories hidden in your hearts? One by one, those Aodan had spoken to during the night began to speak out. A Tuatha warrior spoke of her brother and his Fomorian wife. The old blacksmith shared his stories of learning from masters of both peoples. Each testimony was a small crack in the wall of hatred that separated the two races. Imher walked to stand beside his son, his presence adding weight to his words. I met Balor during a period of truce, she said, her voice carrying both love and sadness. He showed me that kindness and wisdom know no boundaries among our people. The amulet Aodan carried began to glow with a bluish light, as if responding to the memory of its former owner. The stone in the necklace that her mother had just given her emitted a similar glow, creating a spectacle that no one could ignore. This battle does not need to happen, Aodan declared. We can choose a different path. The Fomorians have knowledge and skills that the Tuatha De Danann could learn, and the same is true in reverse. Together, we could build something greater than any of our people could achieve alone. The silence that followed was profound, full of possibilities. Niev approached, bringing with her others who had committed themselves to the cause of peace. The circle around Aodan slowly grew, including members from both sides, but not everyone was convinced. King Bress of the Fomorians watched the scene with narrowed eyes, his rigid posture showing his distrust. Some of the oldest warriors on both sides stood firm, decades of conflict weighing more than words of hope. The moment of truth had arrived. The next words and actions would determine whether the rising sun would illuminate a bloody battlefield or the first day of a new era of mutual understanding. Aodan felt the weight of this responsibility on his shoulders, but also the strength of all those who now stood by his side, united in their desire for peace. The silence that had fallen after Aodan's speech was broken by the metallic sound of a sword being drawn. It was Bress, the Fomorian king, who was striding towards the center of the field. Fine words, half-breed, his voice boomed, thick with disdain. But words cannot erase centuries of conflict. They cannot erase the bloodshed. Aodan stood his ground, even as the immense Fomorian king approached until he was mere steps away. The contrast between them was striking. Bress, with his gigantic, distorted form, and Aodan, who now let his dual nature manifest openly. Blood spilled for choices like the ones you're about to make now. King Bress, Aodan replied, his voice calm but firm. Every cycle of violence began with someone choosing revenge over understanding. Nuada, king of the Tuatha De Danann, approached as well, his silver hand reflecting the light of the rising sun. The young man is right, he declared, surprising many. I've tried to negotiate with you before, Bress, and been rebuffed, but perhaps it's time we listen to a voice that truly knows both sides. Imher stepped forward, positioning himself next to his son. I remember a time, not so long ago, when we exchanged knowledge freely. The Fomorians taught us the secrets of the sea and storms, as we shared our understanding of the land and its healings. Others began to speak out. The old blacksmith raised a sword that shined with a peculiar shine. This blade was forged with techniques from both peoples. It is stronger than any made by just one side or the other. Nive, who was watching everything closely, noticed a subtle change in the expressions of some of the younger Fomorian warriors. Their postures began to relax, their expressions showing curiosity rather than hostility. Show them, Aodan, she whispered, moving closer. Show them what the union of both powers can do. Understanding her friend's suggestion, Aodan closed her eyes and concentrated. He let the Tuatha magic flow through him, golden, warm, connected to the earth. At the same time, he allowed his Fomorian power to manifest, deep, stormy, bound to the sea. The two energies, instead of conflicting, began to intertwine. An impressive show formed around him. The air sparkled with colors many had never seen before. The grass beneath his feet bloomed with renewed life, while small clouds of gentle rain formed above, nourishing the earth with purified seawater. This is the power of unity, Aodan declared, his voice resonating with a strength that came from both of his heritages. Imagine what we could accomplish together, instead of wasting our strength fighting each other. Ruad, the Fomorian general who had known his father, stepped forward. Baylor was talking about something like that, he revealed, his voice hoarse with emotion. It spoke of a future where our people could share their gifts rather than use them for destruction. Bress, however, didn't seem convinced. His eyes glowed with an ancient fury. What about the taxes, the lands, the power? Do you expect us to just forget all that? No, Aodan replied. I hope we find a fair way to share. The Tuatha De Danann have fertile lands that could benefit both peoples. The Fomorians have knowledge of the sea that could enrich us all. Why divide and conquer when we can unite and prosper? Nuada raised her silver hand, drawing everyone's attention. I propose a piece of advice, he declared. Not a war council, but a peace council, where representatives of both peoples can come together and discuss how we can build that future together. The tension in the air was palpable as everyone awaited Bress's response. King Fomorian looked around him, noticing how more and more of his warriors were showing interest in the proposal. Even among his closest advisors, there were signs that Aodin's words had touched something deep. What if we fail? Bress questioned, his voice lower now, almost vulnerable. If this peace doesn't work, then we will have tried, Aodin replied, and we will know that we have given our children a chance to know something other than war. Isn't that better than condemning them to repeat our mistakes? Imhere approached Bress, his serene presence contrasting with the imposing figure of the Fomorian king. When I fell in love with Baylor, I learned that the heart doesn't know the boundaries we build. Maybe it's time we let those boundaries fall. The sun was already high in the sky when Bress finally lowered his sword. The sound of the blade being sheathed echoed across the valley like a symbol of hope. A word of advice, he agreed, his voice still carrying a note of caution. But I will keep my forces ready in case this is just a foolish dream. It's more than a dream, Aodin stated, feeling the amulet around his neck glow more brightly. It's a possibility that has always existed, just waiting for us to be brave enough to achieve it. As the two kings began to discuss the terms of the proposed council, Aodin felt Niamh touch his arm. You did it, she whispered, her eyes shining with pride. We did it, he corrected, looking at everyone who had rallied to his side. This is just the first step in a long journey. The morning that should have witnessed a bloody battle was turning into the beginning of something new, but Aodin knew the real challenge was just beginning. Building peace would be as difficult as avoiding war and would require as much courage as any battle. In the days following the historic battlefield intervention, a tent was erected at the exact spot where Aodin had made his appeal for peace. It was a neutral site, built from materials provided by both peoples, enchanted wood from the Tuatha de Danann, and sea ropes woven by the Fomorians. There, representatives of the two races met daily to discuss the terms of their coexistence. Aodin watched the negotiations with a mix of hope and apprehension. As a natural mediator between the two sides, his presence was constantly required. Niamh remained by his side, her political acumen proving as valuable as her loyalty. The Fomorians are concerned about access to the fertile lands of the interior, Niamh explained during a break in the discussions. And the Tuatha fear losing their connection to sacred places if they share territory. There must be a middle ground, Aodin replied, studying an ancient map spread out on the central table. His fingers traced the shorelines where the domains traditionally met. Perhaps we can establish common areas, starting with the ports and gradually expanding. The process was slow and often tense. Centuries of distrust were not easily dispelled. There were moments when harsh words were exchanged, and hands instinctively reached for sword hilts. In these moments, Aodin felt the weight of his responsibility more than ever. One particularly difficult afternoon, when an argument over fishing rights nearly degenerated into violence, Imhere entered the tent, bearing an interesting discovery. In his hands, an ancient parchment found in the healer's archives. This is a record of a time before our wars, she explained, carefully unfolding the document. It speaks of joint festivals, celebrations where our people came together to honor both land and sea. The revelation caused a thoughtful silence in the tent. Ruad, the Fomorian general, approached to examine the parchment. My grandmother used to talk about these celebrations, he admitted. I always thought they were just stories. Maybe it's time to revive some old traditions, suggested Neve, her eyes shining with inspiration. A joint celebration could help our people reconnect. The idea quickly gained traction. Even the most skeptical agreed that a shared event could serve as a test bed for future cooperation agreements. Preparations began immediately, with mixed groups working together for the first time in generations. Aodhan found himself at the center of the preparations, his dual abilities proving invaluable. He could understand and translate the traditions of both sides, helping to create something new that honored both heritages. The festival was timed for the next full moon, when the tides would be strongest, an important sign for the Fomorians and the land most fertile, sacred to the Tuatha De Danann. The chosen location was a beach surrounded by green hills, symbolizing the meeting of the two kingdoms. During the preparations, Aodhan noticed subtle changes taking place. Warriors who had previously viewed each other with suspicion now exchanged construction techniques. Healers from both peoples shared knowledge of herbs and potions. Even the children, initially shy and scared, started playing together on the beach. One afternoon, while supervising the construction of an altar combining sea and land stones, Aodhan was surprised by Bresh. The Fomorian king seemed smaller somehow, less threatening, as if the peace process was softening his harder edges. Your father would be proud, Bresh said, his deep voice carrying a tone of respect that Aodhan had never heard before. Baylor was always a visionary, even when we called him a fool for dreaming of peace. Did you know him well? Aodhan asked, feeling his heart quicken at the possibility of learning more about his father. He was my cousin, Bress revealed, to Aodhan's surprise. We grew up together. We trained together. When he fell in love with his mother, I was one of the ones who was most strongly opposed. Now, I see that he saw something we were all too blind to see. King Fomorian's confession echoed deeply in Aodhan. It was a reminder that the connections between the two peoples were deeper and more complex than many imagined. As the day of the festival approached, the atmosphere of expectation grew. Bards from both peoples composed new music that blended their musical traditions. Cooks experimented with never-before-tried combinations of ingredients. Craftsmen created decorations that fused the distinctive styles of each culture. Niev encountered Aodhan one night while he was practicing an ancient ceremonial dance that combined Tuatha and Fomorian movements. You have created something extraordinary here, she said, observing the preparations around her, something that goes beyond simply avoiding a war. We created it, he corrected, extending his hand to include her in the dance. Every person who chose to give peace a chance helped build it. As they danced under the starry sky, Aodhan reflected on how his personal journey of self-discovery had transformed into something much bigger. What had begun as an internal conflict over their divided identity had become a catalyst for the transformation of two entire peoples. The amulet around his neck glowed constantly now, as if responding to the growing harmony between the two races. It was a constant reminder that peace was not only possible, it was natural. It was the state towards which all things eventually tend, if given the chance. The day of the festival finally arrived, bringing with it an energy unlike anything these ancient lands had ever witnessed. The beach chosen for the celebration was transformed. Arches intertwined with terrestrial flowers, and seaweed marked the path from the hills to the sand, where colorful tents hosted demonstrations of crafts, cuisine, and music from both peoples. Aodhan had been touring the site since dawn, checking every detail of the preparations. The altar he had helped build was now complete, its mixed stones shining in the light of the rising sun. Niav led a group of young dancers, mixing the graceful steps of the Tuatha with the powerful movements of the Fomorians. Aimher had established a healing tent where healers of both races shared knowledge openly for the first time in centuries. The sound of laughter and lively conversation emerged from the space, along with aromas of herbs and potions that combined ancient traditions in innovative ways. I never thought I'd see something like this, commented Ruad, approaching Aodhan as he watched the growing movement. General Fomorian carried an object wrapped in cloth. This belonged to your father. I thought today would be the appropriate day to return it. Unwrapping the package, Aodhan discovered an ancient sea harp, its details carved with sea creatures and symbols of both peoples. He would play it on the rare occasions of respite, Ruad explained. He said that music had the power to make people see beyond their differences. As the day progressed, more and more people arrived at the festival. Tuatha and Fomorian families, who once would have avoided each other, now shared meals, swapped stories, and discovered surprising connections between their cultures. Children ran freely, their laughter echoing across the beach without distinction of origin. Nuada and Bress, the two kings, arrived together, a symbolic gesture that did not go unnoticed. They sat side by side on specially prepared thrones, watching their people mingle with expressions that varied between caution and admiration. Here, said Neve, handing Aodhan her father's harp. This is the perfect time for your music. With a nod of agreement, Aodhan walked up to the small stage set up near the altar. His fingers found the strings naturally, as if the memory of his father guided his movements. The melody that emerged was something entirely new, not just a mix of traditional songs, but a composition that spoke of a shared future. As he played, Aodhan saw his mother approaching the altar with tears in her eyes. She carried the amulet her father had given her, now shining more brightly than ever. Other musicians began to join in the melody. Tuatha flutes, Fomorian drums, voices of both peoples rising in harmony. The most touching moment of the celebration came when a group of children performed a play they had prepared in secret. It was the story of Baylor and Imher, the forbidden love that had resulted in the birth of Aodhan, but told through the innocent eyes that saw only the beauty of the union between different people. As the sun began to set, Bress rose from his throne, his thundering voice silencing the crowd. Today, we witness something that many considered impossible, he declared. We see not just peace, but the beginning of something new, something greater than our old disputes. Nuada also stood up. I propose that this festival is not a one-off event, but the first of many. May each full moon see us reunited like this, reinforcing the bonds we have begun to weave. The proposal was met with enthusiastic applause from both sides. Aodan watched with a full heart as warriors who, weeks before, had been ready to kill each other, now toasted together as families, grew closer and made plans for future gatherings. You have achieved more than you thought possible, said Neve, intertwining her fingers with Aodhan's as they watched the sun set over the sea. It didn't just prevent a war, it helped create a new way of life for our people. We did it, he corrected, smiling. Every person who chose to give peace a chance has a part in this victory. The festival continued into the night, with bonfires being lit along the beach. Stories were shared, alliances forged, and plans made for a future that few would have imagined possible just a few weeks earlier. When the moon finally rose, full and bright over the sea, Aodan found a quiet moment for himself, sitting on the same hill where, days before, he had beheld two forces about to destroy each other. He now watched his people, no longer divided, but unified in celebration. The amulet around his neck emitted a soft glow, as if approving the new path that had been chosen. Aodan knew that challenges would still come. Old prejudices would not disappear overnight, and there would always be those who would resist change. But something fundamental had changed in that ancient land. His own journey of self-discovery had become a catalyst for greater change, proving that sometimes the greatest transformations begin with a single, divided heart finding its own peace. Their parents' legacy, the love between a Tuatha healer and a Fomorian warrior, had finally blossomed into something that would benefit future generations. The stars shone over the continued celebration, and in the night breeze, Aodan could swear he heard the distant echo of his father's harp playing a melody of hope for the future that was just beginning to unfold. The sky above the Peruvian Andes Mountains turned red that night, not from the usual spectacle of the sunset, but from the reflection of the smoking bowels of the Quispe volcano, which had been sleeping its millennial sleep for centuries. In the small village of Wilcapampa, nestled on the slopes of the sacred mountain, Maya Kuntur experienced the first contractions of labor as the ground beneath her feet shook with each new mountain breath. It's a sign from the gods, murmured the old midwife, Mamaquila, her wrinkled hands preparing the medicinal herbs as she watched through the window of the small adobe house at the spectacle of light and fire unfolding in the sky. Maya's husband, Tupac, a man of few words and much wisdom, held his wife's hand tightly, his dark eyes reflecting the red glow that invaded the room through the only window. The contractions increased, along with the intensity of the eruption, as if mother and mountain were connected in an ancient dance. The baby was born exactly as the volcano released its most intense column of fire into the sky, its first cry mixing with the roar of the earth. To the surprise of everyone present, the little girl did not cry like the other babies. Instead, her eyes immediately opened, revealing irises of intense gold, like glowing embers. Nina, Maya whispered, naming her daughter with the Quechua word for fire. Mamaquilla examined the child with special attention, noticing the small, flame-shaped mark on his right shoulder. This child is a chosen one, the old woman declared, her voice filled with reverence and concern. The mountain spirits marked it as their own. The years passed quickly in Wilcapampa, and Nina grew up as a child unlike the others, while her friends played with straw dolls and played hopscotch in the dirt courtyards. She was often found sitting alone on the highest slopes, her golden eyes fixed on the smoking summit of the Kispi, as if listening to a song only she could hear. At 10 years old, Nina already knew every stone and every trail on the sacred mountain. Her father, worried about her obsession with the volcano, tried to keep her busy with chores on the family farm, where they raised llamas and grew potatoes and quinoa on the ancestral terraces. But even as he worked, his eyes always found their way to the snow-capped peak that dominated the landscape. It was during a seemingly ordinary afternoon that Nina had her first vision. As he fed the llamas in the high field, the world around him seemed to disappear, replaced by images of burning tunnels beneath the mountain and an ancient, evil presence stirring in the depths. When she came to, she was kneeling on the ground, her hands clutching the earth as if seeking balance. That night, he summoned the courage to tell Mama Quilla about his vision. The old healer listened attentively, her wrinkled hands brewing tea from sacred leaves as Nina described what she had seen. The ancients spoke of an evil being imprisoned in the heart of the mountain by the first shamans, Mama Quilla explained, her voice low and gravelly. Maybe that's why you were born during the eruption, little Nina. The mountain chose you as its guardian. The old woman's words aroused both fear and fascination in Nina. Over the next few weeks, the visions became more frequent and more vivid. She began to feel the heat of the mountain as if it were her own blood coursing through her veins. And sometimes, when she touched the volcanic stones, she could see fragments of the past, ancient rituals, forgotten battles, and secrets buried beneath layers of time and rock. Tupac watched his daughter with increasing concern, noticing how she seemed increasingly distant from the world of men and more connected to the mysteries of the mountain. Maya, on the other hand, found comfort in ancient stories that told of children chosen by spirits, believing that her daughter's destiny, although different, was sacred. One day, as Nina helped with the harvest, the sky suddenly darkened, not with rain clouds, but with an unnatural shadow that seemed to emanate from the volcano itself. Cattle began to stir in the fields, and a hot, sulphurous wind descended from the heights, carrying with it a low, ominous sound, like the snoring of a sleeping beast. Nina sensed the danger before anyone else could understand it. Her flame-like mark began to burn, and through her golden eyes, she saw what others could not. Ancient shadows moving in the bowels of the earth, mystical currents unraveling, and something terrible and powerful beginning to awaken from its age-old slumber. It's beginning, she murmured, her words filled with a knowledge beyond her young years. Mama Quilla, who was nearby gathering medicinal herbs, heard the comment and observed the girl's face carefully. In Nina's golden eyes, the old healer saw the reflection of an ancient battle that was about to resume, and knew that the fire child's true journey was just beginning. The ground shook gently beneath her feet, a gentle warning of what was to come, and Nina felt, for the first time with complete clarity, the weight of the destiny the mountain had chosen for her. In his mind, visions of the past and omens of the future blended like colors on a loom, weaving the tapestry of a story that had begun on the night of his birth and now demanded its continuation. In the days that followed, unrest gripped Wilcapampa. The gentle tremors became more frequent, and the cattle remained restless, refusing to graze on the higher slopes of the mountain. Nina spent more and more time observing Kispi, feeling the subtle changes within her as if they were her own emotions. Mama Quila began to instruct Nina in ancient knowledge, passing on secrets kept by generations of healers. During the afternoons, while they gathered medicinal herbs, the elderly woman taught the girl about the mystical properties of plants and told stories about the first shamans who had imprisoned the ancient threat in the heart of the mountain. Our ancestors were powerful, Mama Quila explained, her skilled hands separating coca leaves. They understood the language of earth and fire, and they used this knowledge to protect our people. Nina absorbed every word, realizing that the stories that once seemed like distant legends now took on a new meaning in her life. One night, while the whole village was sleeping, Nina woke up scared. His room was bathed in a red light that came from no visible source. The mark on his shoulder pulsed with intense heat, and in his mind, chaotic images formed. Ancient tunnels beneath the mountain, symbols carved into volcanic stone, and an evil presence that stirred closer and closer to the surface. Without making a sound, Nina left her house and began to climb the mountain. Her bare feet naturally found the safest paths, as if the earth itself was guiding her. The higher I climbed, the stronger the connection with the volcano became. The air around her seemed to vibrate with an ancient energy, and small flames danced around her hands without burning her. Halfway there, she met Mama Quila, who seemed to be waiting for her. "The spirits warned me you would come," said the old woman, her eyes shining in the darkness. "It's time for you to know the secrets that have been hidden for so long." Together, they continued the climb until they reached an almost invisible entrance in the rock. Mama Quila lit a torch and led Nina through a narrow tunnel that spiraled down into the mountain. The walls were covered in ancient paintings that seemed to come to life in the flickering torchlight, telling stories of battles between forces of good and evil. "This is the way of the ancestors," Mama Quila explained. "Here, the first shamans performed their rituals and kept their most sacred knowledge." Nina touched the walls reverently and was immediately flooded with visions of the past. Men and women in ceremonial robes, dancing around sacred fires, channeling the power of the volcano to keep the ancient threat sealed. They came to a circular chamber where the air was surprisingly warm. In the center, a circle of black stones formed an altar, and above it, the ceiling of the cave opened into a natural crevice that allowed one to see the night sky. Nina felt a powerful force emanating from the place, as if the stones themselves were pulsing with magical energy. "It was here," said Mama Quila, her voice echoing in the chamber, "that the first shamans performed the binding ritual. They sacrificed their own lives to create mystical seals that keep the ancient creature contained within the depths." The old woman paused, her eyes fixed on Nina. "And this is where you must learn to strengthen these seals, as they are weakening." Nina sat in the center of the stone circle and immediately felt a deep connection to the mountain. He could feel the magma flowing in the depths, the crystals slowly growing in the dark caverns, and most disturbingly, the ancient presence that stirred increasingly restlessly in its prison. Mama Quilla began to teach Nina the sacred chants, words in a language older than Quechua itself, which resonated with power from the cave walls. As they sang together, small blue flames began to dance around the circle of stones, and Nina felt her own power grow, merging with the ancient energy of the place. The hours passed like minutes on that magical night, and when they finally emerged from the cave, the sky began to lighten on the horizon. Nina felt different, as if something inside her had completely awakened. Her power was no longer just a passive connection to the volcano, but something she could actively control and direct. In the days that followed, Nina divided her time between farm chores and Mama Quilla's secret teachings. He learned to read the mountain signs, to interpret the prophetic dreams that now came more frequently, and to channel the power of sacred fire through ancient rituals. Tupac and Maya noticed the changes in their daughter. The dreamy girl was transforming into a young woman with a defined purpose. Although he still maintained his gentle nature, there was now an inner strength that was impossible to ignore, especially when his golden eyes shone with the reflection of ancient knowledge. However, not everyone in the village welcomed the changes in Nina. Some of the more conservative elders began to mutter about the dangers of awakening ancient powers, and some families kept their children away from her, fearing that her holy mark was some kind of curse. Nina felt the weight of these suspicious looks, but found comfort in Mama Quilla's words. Fear always accompanies great changes. Little one, our people have forgotten much of their own history, but soon they will understand why you were chosen. One afternoon, while practicing her rituals in the sacred cave, Nina had her clearest vision yet. She saw the ancient creature in all its terrible magnitude, a being made of shadows and corrupted fire, fighting against the mystical chains that kept him trapped. He also saw that he only had until the next full moon before the ancient seals began to break completely. Time was running out, and Nina knew she would need all her strength and knowledge to face what was coming. The battle that the first shamans had fought millennia ago was about to begin again, and this time Wilcapampa's fate rested on the shoulders of a girl marked by sacred fire. The next morning brought with it an unsettling silence. In Wilcapampa, the birds, which normally filled the air with their morning songs, remained silent, as if sensing the change in the atmosphere. Nina woke up before sunrise, her mark burning with an intensity she had never experienced before. When she left the house, she found Mama Quilla already waiting for her in the backyard, her wrinkled face marked by a serious expression. "The signals are getting stronger," said the old woman, pointing to the top of Kispi, where a column of dark smoke rose against the still dark sky. During breakfast, Tupac watched his daughter with growing concern. He had noticed the changes in her, not just the brighter glow in her golden eyes, but also the way she seemed to carry an invisible weight on her young shoulders. Maya, preparing quinoa on the clay stove, silently shared her husband's apprehension. "Nina," Tupac called, finally breaking the silence, "your mother and I have noticed that something is different." maybe it's time to tell us what's really going on." His voice was gentle but firm, carrying the paternal authority that Nina had always respected. The girl exchanged a look with Mama Quila, who nodded slightly. It was time for truth. Nina began to tell about her visions, about the ancient threat that was awakening in the depths of the mountain, and about her role as chosen guardian. As he spoke, small flames unconsciously danced around his fingers, illustrating his point unmistakably. Maya dropped the spoon she was holding, but not out of fear. Her eyes shone with a mixture of pride and concern. Tupac remained silent for several minutes, processing his daughter's words. "So the ancient rituals, the stories my grandfather told, it's all true," he muttered, more to himself than to the others. At that moment, a tremor stronger than the previous ones shook the house, making pans clank on their hooks and dust fall from the ceiling beams. Nina felt a sharp pang in her chest, as if something deep within the mountain had moved violently. "We don't have much time," declared Mama Quila, standing up. "Nina needs to complete her training before the next full moon." The elderly woman explained to Nina's parents that the girl would need to spend the next few days in spiritual retreat in the sacred cave, learning the last secrets needed to strengthen the mystical seals. Although reluctant, Tupac and Maya understood the gravity of the situation. That same afternoon, Nina left for the mountain with Mama Quila, carrying only the essentials and her parents' blessings. The climb was different this time. Each step felt purposeful, each breath closer to the destination that awaited. In the sacred cave, Mama Quila began to teach Nina the deepest rituals. The girl learned to channel the power of fire not only through her body, but also through the earth itself. He discovered how to read the energy currents that flowed beneath the mountain and how to strengthen them with his own life force. The days turned into a blur of intense learning. Nina practiced the ancient chants until her throat was hoarse, meditated for hours before the stone altar, and gradually began to understand the true nature of her power. It wasn't just about controlling fire, it was about maintaining balance between the forces of nature. During one of these training sessions, Nina had her most disturbing vision yet. He clearly saw the ancient creature, a being made of corrupted shadows and flames, with eyes that looked like pools of liquid darkness. But this time, the vision showed more. It saw how the creature had originally been a guardian of the mountain, corrupted by its own thirst for power, transformed into something that threatened not just Wilcapampa, but the entire known world. "What you have seen is the true story of Amarun, the Eater of Light," Mama Quila explained as Nina shared her vision. "He was one of the first guardians, chosen by the mountain, just like you. But he wanted more power than he should have, and his ambition turned him into something monstrous." This revelation hit Nina deeply. She understood that her destiny wasn't just about power or protection. It was about choices, about staying true to the true purpose of her gift. The lessons became even more intense after this, with Mama Quilla emphasizing not only the control of power, but also the importance of wisdom in its use. As the full moon approached, the signs of Amarun's awakening became more evident. More frequent tremors shook the mountain, and at night, strange lights could be seen dancing around Kispi's summit. Residents of Wilcapampa began to notice something was wrong, and fear began to spread throughout the community. It was during one of these restless nights that Nina made a crucial discovery. As he meditated in the circle of stones, he realized that the ancient symbols engraved on the cave walls were not just decorative, they were part of a map showing the exact points where mystical seals had been placed by the first shamans. With this crucial discovery of the symbols on the cave wall, Nina and Mama Quilla spent the next few hours deciphering the ancient map. Each mark revealed not only the location of the mystical seals, but also the energetic keys needed to strengthen them. It was precious knowledge that had been lost over time, preserved only in the walls of the sacred cave. There are 5 main seals, Mama Quilla explained, her wrinkled fingers tracing the symbols on the wall. Each represents an element of nature and must be renewed in a specific order. Nina watched intently, feeling the ancient power pulse through the marks etched into the stone. The first seal was located in a deep crevice near the base of the mountain, representing connection to the earth. The second, in a sacred waterfall that descended from the Kispi, symbolized water. The third was at the highest point of the mountain, where the winds were strongest. The fourth seal was found in a cave that contained ancient crystals, representing the spirit. And the last, most important, was in the very heart of the volcano, symbolizing the sacred fire. Nina knew she couldn't strengthen all the seals alone. She would need the community's help. But how to convince people who had begun to fear her? The answer came from an unexpected source. During a particularly restless night, when the tremors were most intense, a group of villagers, led by Tupac, climbed up to the sacred cave. "We came to offer our help," Tupac said, his firm voice echoing off the cave walls. "The elders have finally recognized the signs. The ancient stories are alive in our memories, and we know we must unite to protect our land." Nina's heart was filled with hope as she saw familiar faces among the visitors, neighbors, childhood friends, even some of those who had previously avoided her. Mama Quilla smiled, satisfied. "The mountain spirits are bringing us together," she said, just as it was in ancient times. With the full moon quickly approaching, preparations for the seal strengthening ritual began. The community organized itself into groups, each responsible for a different aspect of the ceremony. Some collected sacred herbs, others prepared traditional offerings, while the older ones taught the younger people the ancient songs. Maya led a group of women who wove ceremonial cloaks with symbols of protection. Their skilled hands wove colorful threads with silent prayers, creating patterns that told the story of the mountain and its people. Nina received a special cloak, black as night and embroidered with golden threads that resembled tongues of fire. Meanwhile, the mountain's tremors intensified. During a particularly tense afternoon, Nina felt a different disturbance. Something was trying to communicate with her through the volcano. In deep meditation, she managed to distinguish an ancient voice, not that of Amarun, but that of the mountain spirit itself. The voice did not use words, but transmitted images and sensations. Nina saw how the Kispi had been a place of balance for millennia, how Amarun had been corrupted, and how her imprisonment although necessary, had created a disharmony that needed to be corrected. The real challenge would not just be renewing the seals, but restoring the lost balance. With this understanding, Nina began to modify plans for the ritual. It wouldn't be enough to simply strengthen the old prisons. They would need to create a new type of seal, one that not only contained Amarun, but also offered a chance at redemption. It was a bold thought, and when she shared her idea with Mama Quila, the old woman was silent for a long moment. "It's dangerous," the healer finally said, "but you're right. True power lies not in domination, but in transformation." From that moment on, preparations took on a new dimension. In addition to protection rituals, they included elements of healing and renewal. On the eve of the full moon, an atmosphere of expectation hung over Wilcapampa. The air was charged with energy, and even those without mystical sensitivity could sense that something extraordinary was about to happen. Nina spent the day fasting and meditating, connecting deeply with the power of the mountain. At night, the community gathered around the entrance to the sacred cave. Dressed in their ceremonial robes and carrying torches, they formed a circle as Mama Quila led the opening prayers. The wind was blowing with unusual force, carrying the smell of sulfur from the depths of the volcano. Nina stood in the center of the circle, her black cloak billowing like wings of fire in the torchlight. His golden eyes glowed with an unearthly intensity, and the mark on his shoulder pulsed visibly through the fabric. As she began to sing the ancient verses, her voice seemed to carry the power of generations of guardians. The ritual would need to begin exactly at midnight, when the full moon was at its highest point in the sky. As the minutes passed, Nina could feel Amarun stirring in the depths, as if he knew his fate was about to be decided. The coming battle would not just be physical or magical, it would be a fight for the soul of the mountain itself. As the pivotal moment approached, Nina looked at the faces around her, her family, her friends, her community. He saw in them not just fear or expectation, but a collective strength that transcended generations. She was not alone on this journey, and this understanding gave her a confidence that no training could provide. The first chime of midnight echoed across the valley, and Nina knew the time had come. The fate of Wilcapampa, the Kispi, and Amarun was about to be decided, and she was ready to face whatever came from the depths of the sacred mountain. The first stroke of midnight echoed across the valley, and Nina began the ritual with an ancient song that seemed to come from the very depths of the earth. The circle's participants responded in unison, their voices blending with the wind that was blowing stronger and stronger around the mountain. Nina started moving towards the first seal, near the base of the mountain. The group followed in solemn procession, their torches creating a river of light that snaked down the hillside. As they reached the crack where the first seal was, Nina could feel the ancient energy pulsing through the rock. Positioning herself over the earth seal, she began the strengthening ritual, but this time incorporating the elements of transformation she had discovered. Her hands touched the ground, and through that contact, she could feel the deep roots of the mountain, the energy currents that flowed like underground rivers. The second seal in the sacred waterfall presented a different challenge. The water, normally crystal clear, was cloudy and emanated an unnatural heat. Nina dipped her hands into the churning stream and was instantly flooded with visions of the past, saw how the water had been used not only to imprison, but also to purify. As they worked on each seal, Amarun's presence became more tangible. More intense tremors shook the mountain, and strange lights danced in the air around them. In the third seal, where the winds were strongest, Nina had to struggle to stay upright while channeling her power through the air element. It was in the fourth seal, in the cave of crystals, that the first true test took place. As Nina began the ritual, a dark energy erupted from the crystals, attempting to corrupt the strengthening process. But she was prepared. Using the knowledge that Mama Quilla had imparted to him, he transformed the negative energy into light, redirecting it to strengthen the previous seals. The last and most crucial seal waited in the heart of the volcano. The path there was dangerous, with toxic vapors and unstable rocks. Only Nina, Mama Quilla, and a small group of the strongest continued the climb, while the rest of the community maintained protective corners at the base of the mountain. When they finally reached the central chamber, where the last seal was located, Nina felt Amaran's presence stronger than ever. The air was thick with magical energy, and the cave walls pulsed with an ominous red glow. "He's trying to break free," Mama Quilla warned, her voice tense with urgency. Nina could see the ancient mystical chains that bound Amaran beginning to unravel, like threads of light fraying under great pressure. It was at this critical moment that Nina fully understood what she needed to do. It was not enough to simply renew the prisons. It was necessary to establish a new type of connection. Positioning herself in the center of the seal, she began a different chant, older than the others. Words that seemed to come directly from the heart of the mountain. As he chanted, his power grew until his entire body glowed with golden light. Through this light, she could see Amarun clearly, not only his current corrupted form, but also what he had been before, a noble guardian, a protector of the mountain. Nina extended her consciousness towards the entity, not with the intention of subduing, but of understanding. "You were chosen once too," she spoke in her mind. "You loved this mountain too." For a moment, there was only silence. Then, an ancient and powerful voice responded, filled with anger and pain accumulated over millennia. Nina felt the weight of all that bitterness, but she didn't back down. Instead, she opened her heart even further, sharing her own connection to the mountain, her understanding of the true meaning of being a guardian. The battle that followed was not physical, but spiritual. Nina fought not to destroy Amarun, but to reach that part of him that still remembered his original purpose. Meanwhile, Mama Quilla and the others maintained the circle of protection, their voices never failing, even as the cave shook violently around them. Deep within the mountain, something began to change. Amarun's corrupted energy began to transform, not through force, but through understanding. Nina felt the exact moment the change began, like a dissonant note, finally finding harmony. With one last effort of power and will, Nina completed the new seal. This time, it was not a prison, but a balancing bond. Amarun was no longer imprisoned, but neither was he free to wreak havoc. Instead, his energy was once again intertwined with that of the mountain, as it should have been from the beginning. The silence that followed was deep and meaningful. The tremor stopped, and the heavy air dissipated. Through her renewed connection with the volcano, Nina could feel a new harmony establishing itself, as if the mountain itself was breathing a sigh of relief. Exhausted but satisfied, Nina looked at Mama Quila, who was smiling with tears in her eyes. "You have done something the ancient shamans never managed," said the old woman. "You didn't just contain the darkness, you turned it into light." When they finally descended the mountain, they were greeted with joy and reverence by the community. Sunrise found the residents of Wilcapampa celebrating not only their survival, but also a new understanding of their connection to the sacred mountain. In the days that followed, Nina continued her work as a guardian, but in a different way. Now, she was not alone in her mission. The entire community participated in protecting the Kispi, each contributing in their own way to maintain the balance that had been restored. The mark on his shoulder still glowed, but now it was no longer a symbol of a lonely destiny, but a reminder of the power of transformation and the importance of ancient wisdom. The fire child had truly become a guardian of the mountain, not through force, but through understanding and healing. And on clear nights, when the moon illuminated the summit of Kispi, some said they could see a golden light dancing around the mountain, no longer a sign of danger, but a reminder of the sacred balance that had been restored, and of the girl who had learned that true power lies not in dominating, but in transforming. The sun was setting on the horizon of ancient Persia, dyeing the sky with shades of amber and crimson, when Rumi, a young poet of 25 years old, discovered the first sign of the Simorgh. It was a golden quill, shining like liquid fire, resting on an ancient parchment in his modest library. Rumi's heart quickened as he realized that this was no ordinary event. The feather emanated a soft, pulsing heat, as if it were still connected to its divine origin. For years, Rumi dedicated his life to the study of ancient scriptures and mystical poetry, seeking to understand the secrets of the universe through the words of the masters who preceded him. His small house near Isfahan, filled with dusty manuscripts and parchments, was his refuge from the outside world. There, among the words of the wise men, he found peace and purpose. That night, while holding the mysterious feather between her trembling fingers, Rumi remembered the stories that her grandmother Layla used to tell about the Simorgh, the majestic phoenix that guarded the secrets of immortality. According to legend, the creature inhabited the top of Kaf Mountain, beyond the 7 valleys of truth, and only those with a pure heart and determined spirit could find it. "When Simorgh calls you, my dear," said Layla, her eyes shining with ancient wisdom, "do not hesitate to follow her call, for she is the guardian of divine mysteries, and your encounter can transform not only your life, but your very essence." Now, years after her grandmother's departure, Rumi found herself facing a calling she couldn't ignore. The feather in his hands wasn't just a sign, it was an invitation to a journey that promised to reveal the secrets he sought so much in his studies. The next morning, While preparing for his journey, Rumi received an unexpected visitor. Zahra, a young herbalist known for her wisdom about the region's medicinal plants, knocked on his door. Her green eyes, as deep as jade, carried an urgency that he had never seen before. I also received a sign, she said, revealing a feather identical to the one Rumi had found. The city's elders are restless. They say that when the Simorg sends out two simultaneous calls, great changes are coming. Rumi watched Zara curiously. I only knew her by sight, from her market days when she sold her herbs and healing potions. His presence there, at that precise moment, could not be a mere coincidence. The ancient scriptures tell of the journey through the 7 valleys, Zara continued, her fingers stroking the golden feather. Each valley represents a test, a truth to be discovered. Maybe we should take this journey together. Before Rumi could respond, a sudden wind invaded the room, making the scrolls dance in the air. The 2 golden feathers rose on their own, floating gracefully before pointing north toward the distant mountains where, according to legend, the first valley began. The poet felt a shiver run down his spine. In all his years of study, he had never witnessed anything so extraordinary. The magic that had always inhabited the pages of his books now manifested itself before his eyes, real and tangible. The signs are clear, Zara murmured, her voice barely containing the emotion. Simorg calls us to a journey that must be shared. Rumi knew she was right. Ancient prophecies often spoke about the importance of balance between the masculine and the feminine, between the written word and the wisdom of nature, between the knowledge of books and the intuition of the heart. In the days that followed, they prepared for the journey. Zara gathered medicinal herbs, provisions, and ancient maps that marked the sacred paths through the mountains. Rumi carefully selected manuscripts that could guide them, texts that spoke about the challenges of each valley and the truths they held. News of his imminent departure quickly spread throughout the city. Some called them crazy for following mystical signs in search of a legendary creature. Others, especially the elderly, said silent prayers for their journey, recognizing echoes of ancient prophecies in the mission. On the eve of their departure, an old dervish came to them. His name was Karim, and his eyes, although blinded by age, seemed to see beyond the material world. The journey you are about to undertake, he said, his voice thick with wisdom, is not just a search for the Simorg. It is a journey to the center of your own souls. The dervish presented them with an ancient talisman, a bronze disc with inscriptions in a long-forgotten language. This amulet belonged to a traveler who came closer to the Simorg than anyone else in 1,000 years, he explained. He will protect you in your darkest moments. When the day of departure finally arrived, the sun had not yet risen. Rumi and Zara met at the city gates, each carrying only the essentials for the journey. The golden feathers, now stored in small crystal vials, shone with a light of their own, like small captured stars. Are you ready? Zara asked, adjusting the herb pouch on her shoulder. Rumi looked one last time at the city that had always been his home, at the minarets that rose against the dark sky, at the silent streets where he had spent his entire life. Yes, he replied, feeling a deep certainty in his heart. I'm ready. And so, under the cover of dawn, poet and herbalist began their journey towards the first valley, unaware that their steps would take them not only through unknown lands, but also through the deepest corners of their own souls. As they advanced, the feathers in their vials pulsed with an increasingly intense light, as if responding to a call only they could hear. On the horizon, the first lights of dawn began to color the sky, promising a new day and the beginning of an adventure that would change their lives forever. The first valley awaited them, holding secrets and challenges that would test not only their courage, but also the very nature of their faith and understanding of the divine. The first ray of sunlight found Rumi and Zara already far from the city, their silhouettes silhouetted against the mountainous horizon. The path leading to the first valley, known as the Search Valley, wound between arid hills and ancient, gnarled olive trees. The dervish Karim's talisman hung from Rumi's neck, its bronze surface occasionally gleaming with golden reflections. The scriptures say that the Valley of Search is where we must abandon our certainties, commented Rumi, consulting one of the manuscripts he had brought. Here, say the ancients, even the ground beneath our feet may prove illusory. Zara nodded, her eyes intent on the path ahead. My herbalist masters always said that the most powerful plants grow in the most unlikely places. Maybe that's the way it is with the truth too. As they advanced, the landscape began to subtly change. The olive trees gave way to trees neither of them had ever seen. Their trunks seemed to be made of frosted crystal, and their leaves changed color with every breath of wind. The air grew thicker, filled with unfamiliar scents that made your head spin. Something is different, muttered Zara, stopping to examine a strange flower growing among the rocks. Its petals were transparent like water, but in its center pulsed a light similar to that of the simorg's feathers. At this moment, the feathers in their crystal vials began to vibrate more intensely. The golden glow became almost blinding, and a pleasant warmth emanated from them. Rumi felt the talisman in his chest respond, warming itself against his skin. Look, exclaimed Zara, pointing to the horizon, where once there had been only mountains, now stood an ethereal structure, an immense arch that seemed to be made of golden mist, marking the official entrance to the first valley. They approached cautiously. As they approached the arch, their perceptions began to change. Distant sounds reached his ears, ancient melodies, sung in forgotten languages, whispers of conversations that seemed to come from centuries past. The manuscripts mention it, Rumi said, his voice trembling with emotion. In the valley of the quest, time does not flow as we know it. Here, past and present intertwine, and we must learn to see beyond appearances. As they crossed the arch, a dizzying sensation enveloped them. The world around them seemed to fold in on itself, colors and shapes mixing together like a giant kaleidoscope. When the vertigo passed, they found themselves in an impossible garden. Ice flowers grew beside flaming cacti, and crystal birds flew between trees whose fruits were shooting stars. How will we know which way to go? Zara asked, observing the multiple paths that opened up before them, each one more tempting than the last. Before Rumi could respond, a figure emerged from behind one of the crystalline trees, an ancient woman whose robes seemed to be woven from the sunlight itself. His face was familiar and strange at the same time, as if it were made up of every face that had ever existed. "You seek Simorg," she said, her voice echoing like music. "But first, they must learn to see with the eyes of the soul." The old woman approached, gently touching the talisman on Rumi's chest. "This path cannot be found through logic or maps. Every step must be guided by the heart. How can we trust our hearts when everything around us seems unreal?" Zara questioned. An enigmatic smile lit up the old woman's face. "It is precisely when everything seems unreal that we must trust our hearts the most. The reality you know is just a thin layer on the infinite ocean of truth." With those words, she dissolved into a cloud of golden butterflies that dispersed throughout the impossible garden. Rumi and Zara remained silent for a moment, absorbing the magnitude of what they had just witnessed. The feathers in their vials pulsed again, this time in a rhythm that resembled a heartbeat. Instinctively, they both understood that they should follow that pulse, letting the resonance between their hearts and the sacred relics guide them. They chose a path that wound between crystal flowers and dancing shadows. As they advanced, they realized that the garden responded to their moods. When doubts arose, the path became cloudier. When faith grew stronger, soft lights illuminated their steps. "It's as if the valley itself is testing us," observed Rumi, as he helped Zara cross a stream whose waters flowed upwards. "Every choice we make shapes the path ahead of us." Zara picked some of the strange flowers they found, carefully storing them in her bag. "These plants, they seem to contain properties that defy everything I've learned. It's as if nature itself here operates according to different laws. The day, if they could still call time that in that place, advanced in a non-linear way. Sometimes the sun seemed to move backwards in the sky, and the shadows danced in impossible directions. But guided by the pulsation of the feathers and the heat of the talisman, they kept moving. In a particularly challenging moment, when the path seemed to split into 1,000 different directions, Rumi remembered her grandmother Layla's words. "The truth lies not in the destination, but in the journey itself." He shared this thought with Zara, who smiled in understanding. Perhaps the true test of the Valley of the Quest is not finding the right path, but accepting that all paths are part of the same journey. The wisdom of these words seemed to reverberate throughout the entire valley. The multiple paths began to converge, merging into a single path that glowed with a soft, inviting light. Ahead, they could see the outline of another arch, this one made of a material that seemed to absorb and reflect light simultaneously. "The portal to the second valley," Rumi whispered, recognizing the symbols described in his manuscripts. As they approached the new portal, they both felt that something had changed within them. The Valley of the Quest had transformed them in subtle but profound ways. The certainties they carried upon entering had dissolved, replaced by a deeper understanding of the fluid nature of reality. As they passed through the portal to the second valley, known as the Valley of Love, Rumi and Zara felt an immediate change in the atmosphere. The air became lighter, filled with sweet fragrances reminiscent of jasmine and amber. The Simorg's feathers in their vials now emanated a rosy glow, pulsing in a rhythm that made their hearts race. "The Valley of Love," murmured Rumi, consulting his notes, "is where masks fall and true natures reveal themselves." The scenery around them had completely transformed. Where once there was the impossible garden of the first valley, now stretched a dreamlike landscape of gentle hills covered in a carpet of flowers that changed color according to your emotions. Little orbs of light floated in the air, like fireflies made from the aurora borealis. Zara approached one of the flowers, her hand tentatively outstretched. "These plants, they respond to our feelings. See?" When his fingers touched a petal, the flower emitted a soft melody, and all the surrounding flowers began to resonate in harmony. As they advanced through the valley, they realized that the path became increasingly challenging, not because of physical obstacles, but because of manifestations of their own deepest fears and desires. Spectral images began to form in the air, faces of people they had left behind, moments of their lives that held regret. "The ancient scriptures warn against this," said Rumi, his voice trembling slightly. "The Valley of Love forces us to confront not only the love we feel for others, but also the love we deny ourselves." Before them, the air shivered and a familiar figure materialized. Rumi's grandmother, Layla, exactly as he remembered her in her final days. His eyes shone with the same wisdom they always had, but there was something different, an ethereal quality that made it clear this was just a manifestation of the valley. "My dear grandson," the image spoke, its voice echoing like distant music. "You have always sought the truth in books, but you forgot to look for it in your own heart." Zara watched the scene with compassion as her own visions began to form, faces of patience she had failed to save, moments of doubt in her journey as an herbalist. The valley seemed determined to make them face every hesitation, every moment of weakness they had buried in their hearts. The talisman on Rumi's chest heated intensely, and the feathers in its vials glowed with renewed strength. A sudden realization hit them. These visions weren't just tests, they were opportunities for healing. "We need to accept these parts of ourselves," Zara said, reaching for Rumi's hand. "True love begins with forgiveness." Together, they began to cross the field of vision, each step forcing them to confront a new facet of their stories. The flowers beneath her feet continued their symphony, now in deeper, more resonant tones, as if they were singing an ancient, healing song. In one particularly intense moment, they found themselves in a circle of floating mirrors, each reflecting a different version of themselves, past, present, and possible futures. The valley seemed to want to show them that true love transcends time and appearances. "It's fascinating," Rumi observed, her eyes wide in wonder, "how each reflection tells a different story, but they are all equally true." Zara nodded, studying her own reflections. "Like the plants I use in my potions, each has its own nature, but they are all part of the same universal medicine." As they advanced deeper into the valley, the connection between them grew stronger. It wasn't just physical closeness or sharing an extraordinary journey. It was something deeper, a mutual understanding that transcended words. The valley responded to this development. The flowers at his feet began to intertwine their stems, forming complex patterns reminiscent of ancient Persian scriptures. The spheres of light in the air danced in increasingly elaborate patterns, as if celebrating each new understanding they reached. In a moment of clarity, Rumi understood that the Valley of Love was not just about romantic feelings or personal relationships. It was about the fundamental connection between all things, the divine love that permeates all creation. It's as if every beat of our hearts is part of a larger song, he said, his words echoing with new wisdom. Every breath, every thought, every moment of doubt or certainty, it's all part of the same cosmic dance. Zara smiled, recognizing the truth in his words. The ancient teachers always said that true healing comes from love, not just the love we give to others, but the love we allow to flow through us. The valley seemed to respond to this understanding, the air around them filled with tiny golden particles that danced like shooting stars. The sea morg's feathers in their vials now pulsed in perfect synchrony, their glow more intense than ever. As they approached what appeared to be the end of the second valley, they realized that they had been transformed not only individually, but in their connection to one another. What had begun as a partnership of necessity had transformed into something deeper, an alliance of souls that transcended the limitations of the physical world. The portal to the third valley began to materialize before them, an arch made of what appeared to be liquid light, its edges constantly shifting and flowing. The flowers at his feet leaned toward the portal, as if pointing the way. "Are we ready?" Zara asked, her eyes reflecting the magical glow of the valley. Rumi gently squeezed his hand, feeling the warmth of the talisman on his chest. "Together," he replied, "we are ready for any challenge that awaits us." And so, transformed by the Valley of Love, poet and herbalist prepared to face the next stage of their journey, knowing that each step brought them closer not only to the mysterious Simorg, but also to a deeper truth about themselves and the nature of the divine love they sought to understand. As they entered the third valley, known as the Valley of Knowledge, the atmosphere around Rumi and Zara transformed drastically. The air became thick with luminous symbols that fluttered like leaves in the wind, each containing fragments of ancient wisdom in languages long forgotten. The light emanating from the Simorg's feathers now had a deep bluish hue, and the talisman on Rumi's chest vibrated with a different frequency, as if trying to tune in to the mysteries that surrounded them. "This valley," whispered Rumi, his eyes wide at the magnificence of the setting, "is where knowledge transcends books and becomes living experience." Before them, an infinite library materialized. Its shelves stretched to the horizon and beyond, some floating in the air, others plunging into unseen depths. Books were not ordinary physical objects, but rather living manifestations of knowledge that pulsed with their own light. Zara approached one of the shelves, her fingers lightly brushing a tome that seemed to be made of crystallized light. "It's incredible. I can feel knowledge flowing through touch. These are secrets of nature that I never imagined existed." As they explored the valley, they discovered that each step revealed new levels of understanding, the experiences of the previous valleys, the dissolution of certainties in the valley of search, and the opening of the heart in the valley of love, now merged into a deeper synthesis. Suddenly, The air around them began to condense into recognizable shapes. Masters and sages from all ages appeared, each offering glimpses of their discoveries and insights. Among them, Rumi recognized faces from the texts he had studied for years. One of these masters, a man with robes of light and eyes that seemed to contain entire galaxies, addressed them. True knowledge is not in the words we read or the formulas we memorize. It is in the ability to see unity in all diversity. As he spoke, the environment around them transformed. The shelves of the infinite library began to unfold like cosmic origami, revealing patterns that connected all existing knowledge. Rumi and Zara saw how every discovery, every insight, every moment of understanding was inextricably linked to all the others. It's like a sacred web, Zara observed in wonder. Each strand of knowledge supports and is supported by all the others. My herbs, your poems, they are just different expressions of the same fundamental truth. The cymorg feathers in their vials began to pulse more intensely, and the talisman emitted a glow that harmonized with the patterns of knowledge around them. It was as if the artifacts were helping them tune in to the deeper frequency of the valley. As they advanced, they found themselves in a natural amphitheater where the stars themselves seemed to descend to share their secrets. Each constellation told a different story, but they were all part of a larger narrative that encompassed all of existence. I see now, said Rumi, his voice charged with newfound understanding, that every word I wrote, every poem I composed, was but a distant echo of this greater truth that surrounds us. Zahra nodded, her hands busy gathering what appeared to be solidified plant-shaped light. And every herb I picked, every cure I discovered, was a reflection of this divine pattern that permeates everything. The Valley of Knowledge didn't just reveal information, it transformed the very nature of how Rumi and Zara perceived reality. The barriers between observer and observed, between knower and known, began to dissolve. In a particularly profound moment, they found themselves in front of a mirror that did not reflect their physical forms, but rather the essence of their beings. In reflection, they saw how their individual journeys were part of a larger pattern, a pattern that extended far beyond their personal existences. True knowledge, echoed the voice of the galactic-eyed master, is recognizing that we are both the drop and the ocean, both the word and the silence that contains it. The words reverberated throughout the valley, causing ripples in the very fabric of reality. The luminous symbols in the air began to reorganize themselves, forming increasingly complex patterns that, paradoxically, revealed a fundamental simplicity. As they approached what appeared to be the edge of the third valley, Rumi and Zara realized that the knowledge they had gained could not be expressed in the words or formulas. It was an understanding that resided at a level deeper than language. It's funny, Zara reflected, as she watched the valley's latest transformations, how the more we learn, the more we realize how much there is still to discover. Rumi smiled, recognizing the deep truth in his words. Perhaps that is the true gift of the Valley of Knowledge, not the answers we find, but the ability to marvel at the mystery. The portal to the fourth valley began to materialize before them, this time as a curtain of light that seemed to contain all the knowledge of the universe in a single point. The Simorg's feathers glowed with renewed intensity, as if approving of his understanding. Each valley prepares us for the next, Rumi observed, holding Zara's hand, and each understanding brings us a little closer to the mystery of the Simorg. Together, they cross the portal, taking with them not only the knowledge acquired, but a new way of seeing and understanding the world. The fourth valley awaited them, promising to reveal even more layers of the divine mystery that they had set out to unravel. The fourth valley, known as the Valley of Detachment, received Rumi and Zara with a deep and revealing silence. The Simorg's feathers in their vials now emitted a silvery, almost translucent light, while the talisman on Rumi's chest had become as light as a feather. The landscape around them was unlike anything they had experienced before, a vast space where reality seemed thinner, like a delicate veil that could dissolve at any moment. The air itself had an ethereal quality, and each breath brought with it feeling of increasing lightness. It's like we're falling apart, Zara whispered, noting how her hands appeared momentarily transparent when held up to the light. Not in a scary way, but like we're freeing ourselves from something. Rumi nodded, understanding. The words in Mabarse, his manuscripts, took on new meaning. The Valley of Detachment is where we abandon not only our material possessions, but also our constructed identities. As they advanced, objects from their past lives began to materialize around them. Rumi's favorite books, Zara's precious herbs, memories crystallized into physical form. Each item glowed with its own light, inviting and familiar. But there was also something different about its nature. "See how beautiful they are," said a voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, "and how transient they are." The voice belonged to a figure that formed before them, neither male nor female, neither young nor old. A presence that seemed to embody all states of being simultaneously. "You have carried so much for so long," the figure continued. "Isn't it time to let go?" The words reverberated throughout the valley, causing materialized objects to flicker like mirages in the desert. Rumi felt a tightness in his chest as he saw his most beloved manuscripts, years of study and dedication, begin to dissolve into thin air. Zara reached out to her precious herbs, collected over years of practice, only to see them transform into pure light at her touch. "It's different than I imagined," she said, her voice soft. "It doesn't hurt as much as I thought it would." The figure smiled, a gesture that seemed to light up the entire valley. True letting go is not a loss, but a release. Each thing you let go of makes room for something greater. As they accepted the process of letting go, something extraordinary began to happen. Their bodies seemed to become lighter, more luminous. The experiences of previous valleys, the dissolution of certainties, the awakening of love, the expansion of knowledge, converged in this moment of profound transformation. "It's like we are becoming light," Rumi observed, marveling at the transformation. The figure nodded. "To find the Simorg, you must transcend form. The divine bird dwells not in the realm of matter, but in the realm of pure spirit." The feathers in its vials began to pulse with increasing intensity, and the talisman emitted a glow that seemed to respond to a distant call. The entire valley seemed to vibrate with a new energy, as if it was preparing for a greater revelation. Look, Zara called, pointing to the horizon. A golden light was beginning to form, brighter than anything they had seen before. It was as if the sun itself was rising within the valley. The figure guiding them began to dissolve into particles of light. The last valley awaits you, she said, her voice now just an echo. The valley of unity, where all separations cease to exist. Rumi and Zara looked at each other, their bodies now almost completely translucent. They no longer needed words to communicate. Their beings had become so light and connected that thoughts flowed naturally between them. Together, they walked towards the golden light, their forms becoming more and more ethereal. The Simorg's feathers in their vials began to vibrate with such intensity that the crystals dissolved, releasing the sacred relics that now floated freely around them. The talisman on Rumi's chest transformed into pure energy, merging with his being. All the symbols and inscriptions that once decorated its surface now danced in the air like living constellations, revealing secrets that only their transformed hearts could understand. As they approached the final portal, their consciousness expanded to encompass the entire valley. They could feel every particle of light, every vibration of the air, every moment of transformation that had occurred in that sacred space. We're ready, Rumi said, her voice now more thought than sound. We always have been, Zara replied, her essence glowing with divine understanding. The portal to the last valley opened before them, not a physical structure, but an opening into reality itself. Through it, they could glimpse a realm of pure light where all dualities dissolved into a single transcendent truth. The Simorg's feathers, now freed from their containers, danced around them in golden spirals, guiding them towards their final transformation. Each step brought them closer, not only to the mystical bird they had sought, but to the supreme realization that awaited beyond all forms and names. Thus, Rumi and Zara, no longer limited by their earthly identities, passed through the last portal, their beings, now pure light and consciousness, merged with the radiance of the Valley of Unity, where the true nature of the Simorg and all existence was about to reveal itself. The air around them vibrated with a sacred frequency, and time itself seemed to bend before the magnitude of the moment. On the horizon, a majestic form began to materialize, its wings of fire and light stretching across all dimensions of reality.